besides this is obviously going to be, if you want to know what really happened, you need to watch this. This is the only place you're going to get this type of interview or
I don't really know what this is, but I didn't do it. I'm innocent, Judge. I'm not guilty. I'm innocent.
We, the jury, being duly impaneled and sworn, find the defendant, Matthew L. Moore, not guilty of murder, as he stands charged in count 1 of the indictment.
Away, the tail light is well intact. And all of that is not going to hold
Elvis has left the building. It's done.
Press the like, press the like, press the like, please. Press the like and subscribe. It would mean the world to me if you liked and subscribe. Like and subscribe, everyone. Let's fucking go. Hey, chat. How are you? I'm pleased to see you all today. Remember that you're all called El Chatty, even Heather, who is El Potty. El Chatty, don't be afraid to have an opinion in this chat. The minute you let the trolls under your skin, the mods will come in and make it better. Hey, Kimmy, go fuck yourself. You're not welcome in El Chatty. El Chatty will make you go fuck yourself. Don't come in here and troll Sean El Hefe. Hey, chat, how are you? I'm pleased to see you all today. Remember that you're all called El Chatty, even Heather, who is El Potty. Hey, ladies, spread out your legs and put them well in the air. Judge White wants to spread them nice and wide for his pleasure, the dirty old man. Hey, chat, how are you? I'm pleased to see you all today. Remember that you're all called El Chatty, even Heather, who is El Potty. Hey, chat, let's go, El Chatty, let's do it. Yo, how we doing, everyone? How are we? Good morning, good afternoon, good evening. How is everyone today? I forgot I shouldn't play that intro, should I? That was only supposed to be for Ashley Benefield. We're done with that one now, so we moved on. We're going to keep it because of sentencing. But yeah, we are moving. We got Nicolae Miu today. Here we go. Christine, good morning to you, my darling. Hope you're well. Yeah, Trucker, good afternoon, Kendall. And I was surprised to see you on so early. Yeah, I had to come on early this morning to so what happened was I did a 14.5 hour stream yesterday covering the Ashley Benefield trial, and I kept going till gone 4 o'clock in the morning for me. And I woke up today and I found out that YouTube cuts your stream after 12 hours. So if you go to the stream, the last 2.5 hours is no longer there. So the verdict isn't there. So I had to record the verdict first thing and just play as premiere. So that's a ball ache that was. So yeah, I thought we had a really good chat yesterday. It was fun, I thought. But yeah, the last 2.5 hours has gone missing. It got cut by YouTube. So if you go and watch it, the verdict's not there. So that's why I had to do that this morning again. But it's all good. We're here. We're back. Bit tired, I won't lie, but we are here. So it's all good. Nice to see you again. Sassy, how we doing, Sassy Bartender? Good morning to you, my darling. Sisley Lover, good morning. This man should be set free. These damn bullies need to be held accountable. Yeah, I mean, look, I would have voted not guilty, but at the same time, it's done now, unfortunately. We can't go back on the verdict, unfortunately. It is what it is, but I don't disagree. But it was such a toxic case, though. Good morning to you, Stacey. How are you? Lou, good morning to you, my darling. Nice to see you again. Sisley Love, yeah, it was great. A pretty fucked situation. Well, the whole trial was fucked. Afternoon, Crafty Cow. How are you, my darling? Hope you're well. Jessica, Logan Carter, how are we? How are you all? Hope you're all well there. Good morning to you, Jessica. Pippi, good morning. How are you? Oh no, Larry's in the house. How you doing, Larry? How you doing, fella? Hope you're well. Hope we can entertain you today, Larry. Nice to see you again. Sister, I totally agree. It's outrageous he's found guilty. Well, I think that was probably the most split trial I've ever streamed. It was 50-50, pretty much. Give or take a few percentage. So 50-50, it's, yeah, sucked. But 50% of the population was happy. So, you know. Hey, hello to you, Steph. Good day, mate. Good day, Sheila. How are we? Hope you're well, my darling. How are things there in Australia? Hope everything's well with you, my darling. Free Canary Pippi, yes, we love it. Good morning. Where you are in the world? Hey, Lisa, how you doing, my darling? Over there in Michigan. Hope you're well. Minneapolis. Oh, yeah, so you're close to this then. If you like and subscribe. I know. Hey, how we doing, hippie chick in Indiana? How we doing, my darling? Like, share, subscribe. Yes. Hey, Christine. Morning. Hello to you, Rebecca. How are you doing, my darling? What a trooper. Hey, you guys keep me going. You guys in chat last night kept me going, so thank you so much for that. I won't lie, I'm a little bit tired today, but hey, El Chatty, you keep me going. So it's all good. Crystal, my darling, how are you? Hope you're well as well. Over there in Tennessee. Nice to see you, my darling. I'm probably going to move to Lincoln. Good morning, Mrs. Wild. How are you? Hope you're well. Kimmy was an user on YouTube that came into my streams and basically had a go with Sean when we were covering Karen Reid. And she basically, Sean was like, speaking, and Kimmy told Sean he had dementia, early set dementia and stuff like that. So Sean turned around to her and was like, "Hey, Kimmy, go fuck yourself." And that's where that came from. If you were here, you were here. It was funny, hilarious in the chat. Always, they were watching that trial, Karen Reid trial with us. We'll always remember Kimmy for those antics. Good morning, Crystal. Nice. Hey, Susie. Nice to see you again, my darling. Good day, Sheila. How are we, Susie? Putting the shrimp with a Barbie. How are you? Holly, how are you, Holly? Nice to see you, my darling. I hope you're doing wonderful this morning. Good morning, everyone in the chat. Free Zachariah Anderson. Let's go, girl. Hope you're well, Holly. Nice to see you again, my darling. Here he is, a celebrity. Dana Leonard, good morning to you, sir. Just remember tonight, Resistant to Silence. Sean El Jefe McDonough is on Resistant to Silence tonight, 6:30 Eastern, 11:30 UK time. So it'll be El Jefe, Dana, and Tracy, who are our friends from Resistant to Silence. So please go make sure you go and subscribe to them, and also go and watch Sean this evening on their show. So there you go. Hey, miss, how are you doing, my darling? Nice to see you again. Short night for Dylan. Good morning, everyone. It is a short night. I finally got to bed about 5 a.m., I think. So, yeah. Carly, good morning to you, my darling. Nice to see you. You guys might not hate me here, but I felt that Zach Anderson's guilty. Never hate, never hate. What I would suggest, Pippi, is, you know, a lot of people that felt he was guilty, actually, they looked at the trial again with all the evidence in terms of what the state lied about. And there's a site called ZachariahAnderson.org. And also, if you listen to the wrongfulpod.com, it points out all the lies that were said in court. It's eye-opening, actually. A few people said that they thought he was guilty, but once they studied the trial separately, they were like, I can't believe how corrupt the trial was. Because you'd be surprised how corrupt that trial was. So, yeah. And no hate, just I'd implore you to look at it again, because you'd be very, very surprised how it was impossible for Zach to have done it. So, but anyway, I won't go into it. You can watch it on wrongfulpod.com or zachariah.anderson.org. Hello, Toots, my darling. Hello to you. Hey, did Bill slide in last night, Toots? Did Bill slide into DMs last night? Hello, Kenzie. How are you? Hope you're well, my darling. The chat ruled yesterday. Chat kept me going, Steph. It kept me going. It did. Love to Ashley. I feel they once again got it wrong. It's whatever the thing is, right? What bothered me about the Ashley Benefield one was I just don't think the state proved it. I'm not saying she's all singing, all dancing, naive, innocent. It's just the fact that the state did such a poor job, and once again, the state get away with it. And we said yesterday, Peter Trigo said, we'd rather have 100 guilty people out there than one innocent person. And I don't know, I just can't for the life of me think that the state proved their case. But what up, Buttercup? Hey, how we doing, Erin? Hey, you probably have done it. You posted the links now, probably. Yeah, you have. Thank you, my darling. I'll go and look at that. I'll pin it now. Oh, you just did it now as well. There you go. Right. Morning to you, Jennifer. How are you doing, my darling? Hope you're well. Jill, hello. Sorry I haven't been with you for a while, but I've been poorly with my asthma. Hope you're okay. Yeah, very well, Jill. Hope you're well as well. Sorry to hear about the asthma. It's all good. I woke up and you were still live, but meds kicked in again, so I was very confused. The last bit was missing. It was because so people who've just come in, YouTube cut my stream at 12 hours. So the last 2.5 hours is gone. It's all gone. So the fun we had in the last 2 hours, which I thought was really fun, has gone forever. We won't see it. Damn. But what can we do? Chari, hello to you. I still think she's not guilty. Horrible woman. Our silence over and over. I mean, it's mixed views. I understand some people think she's guilty. I just stand by. I don't think the state did their jobs. But yeah. Hi, Christine again. Oh, the verdict was missing. Did you get a cut? I did. 12 hours. Yeah, I did. I forgot about it. So my last 2.5 hours of the stream gone. Fuck. So I premiered the verdict this morning. So it's there now separately for people to go and watch if they want to. The jury felt he was guilty too, but guilt should be decided on facts, not feelings. Respect you have different view though. Yeah, that's true. The shirt you're wearing is the same as I ordered, even the color. Happy days, Lisa. The blue one, I liked it. This one and the red one are my favorites. I love it. Hi, Kathleen. How are you doing, my darling? Nice to see you. You're in early today. How are you? AJ, how are you from Somerset? Look at you, AJ. How are you doing? Keep it moving. Hey, Gary, how are you doing? You bailed on us last night, Gary. I can't believe that. You got to go to sleep. Hope you're well, my friend. Hey, James, how are you? Keep up the chat. Let's go, James. Karen, how are you? Lol, so funny. It is funny, isn't it? Nikki C, good morning, good afternoon to you, my darling. I watched the entire trial and disagree. A lot of people did, Pippi. A lot of people did until they saw the evidence afterwards. I mean, I was shocked. I was shocked with how much evidence was fabricated in that case. I was absolutely gobsmacked when I actually saw the evidence firsthand. I was like, couldn't believe it. I think they'll win the appeal on it. It was actually disgraceful what was allowed to be put in. I would implore you to watch it again because the amount of people that have watched it for a second time and come back to us and be like, "Fucking hell, how was I duped? How the fuck was I duped the first time around? The DA lied so much, and fabricated stuff, and even they've been sued now because of the false statements they made. So some of them, some of the experts anyway. So it's not as clear cut as you think. I'm afraid, but yeah, I'm employed to watch it again because that's probably the most corrupt trial I've seen. If you think Karen Reid is corrupt, then watch Zachary Anderson. That's even more corrupt. People. Hey, hey, how we doing? Bev's crying now. How we doing? Thanks for being here last night as well. 14 and a half it was in the end. But as I said, 2.5 hours at the end was cut off, so we missed it. YouTube cut it. They cut it off with after 12 hours they cut it off. So yeah, gutted. We missed the last 2.5 hours, but it's all good. I thought the jury got it wrong. Hey, Wicked Side, I thought got it wrong. I thought they got it wrong, but again, as I say, it's probably the most polarizing trial out there. It's 50-50 pretty much everywhere. So it's a hard one. It's a hard one. Hey, Shari. Agreed. There you go. Holly Moore. Listening from Georgia while making breakfast for the kids. Free Zachariah and Pippi. That's the beauty and kindness. Reasonable minds can agree. Yeah. I only say, as I say, a lot, as you know, Holly, a lot of people that watched it, that did actually watch it for a second time, have all pretty much all come back and said, we got it wrong. We'd have voted not guilty. So it's up to, but if people don't want to watch it again, that's absolutely fine as well, you know. So, El Shotty rules when today I find myself catching housemate Andrea and all missed in real life. There you go, Steph. How are you doing, my darling? I'll do the errand hack for you later now. Like, subscribe, and set up notifications. I just saw my notifications through now about the stream. I don't know why it's so late. Deb, how are you doing, my darling? Hope you're well. There you go. I think the victims in the Miu case were equally guilty. I don't disagree with you. It doesn't sit well with me that they got away with it. But I forget about that too. But I have seen 24-hour streamers and end streams of 12 hours, which I would remember last night. I know, I totally forgot. Totally forgot. And I thought StreamYard might keep it, but no, they haven't got it either. Hey, sweets. Morning to you, Dennis, and morning to Brenda. Twice in one day, Dennis. People can start talking by you and me. How are you doing, fella? Hello, Zach. How are you doing? Thanks for being with us last night as well, early this morning. Hey, Miss Lou. Oh, shit. Susan, hello to you. Good morning, day, everyone. Feel so bad for Ashley. I hate when they have manslaughter. I hate that they include it afterwards. I hate it. Hate it. Happy days. Happy days. Need some beauty sleep. Hello, Josie. How you doing, my darling? Half past, Kenzie. 8:30. There you go. Half past. Good morning. Hello. Hey, how we doing, Buzz? Big D dog. How we doing, fella? Look at this thing. How we doing, fella? Thankful. How are you? Carol. Good morning to you, my darling. For a second time today. Nicola Maxwell. Hello to you. I felt really sad about it. Yeah, I think a lot of people did. It's such a split one, wasn't it? Hello, Lady Di. Hello to you. I was seeing where they came back with guilty. I was asleep. Well, I had to do another stream because it got cut off. I got the guilty verdict stream up there in my videos now as well, or my playlist if you want to watch it. But yeah. Hey Vicky, how are you doing, my darling? One should never come to a guilty verdict. Yeah, Susie, I don't disagree with you, my darling. I don't. Right, I'll have to get this stream ready. Right. Bev's in court today for the Chesney. Oh, is that on, is it? Hello, White Paint. Nice to see you. I've not seen you for ages. How you doing, fella? Right. Hang on. I'm just gonna put the stream up here. They're just talking there. That's why I'm not. Oh shit! I cancelled the stream. Um, it begins Lady Di in 8 minutes, but the first hour was going to be victim impact statements. So, Nicolae Miu, here we go. I'll mute it for now because I don't want to listen to them drone on. There you go. It's in there 25 minutes, I think it is. Hey Darcy, how you doing, my darling? Nice to see you again. Can we get a little insight into the case? So Nicolae Miu is a Romanian who basically lived in America for years. He went tubing in Wisconsin, near where Erin Hack is from. They were down Apple River, and um, there was a confrontation. People would agree and disagree that he confronted them or they confronted him, and ended up basically, some people say self-defense, some people say not, stabbing one of the youngsters. The youngster died, but there was like 12 of them surrounding him at one point. So, yeah, he's been found guilty, and today's his sentencing, and he could get up to about 97 years, I think. I think it is. I think that's the tops, but it's up to the judge. I don't think there's a minimum. I'm not sure though. Hang on. Mr. Meetook, what a name that is. Ashley didn't seem surprised. I think she's prepared for it. I think she was prepared for it because when I had Matthew Moore on here, he was a defendant in Ohio 2 years ago. He was a defendant for the last year, sorry, for the murder of his wife, and he said when he was there, you had to think the worst. And I think Ashley was probably the same. Ashley was probably the same. You just got to think you can be found guilty, and anything above that is just an absolute bonus. So I think that's why she didn't react, because she knows she can't or shouldn't react. She probably didn't want to show people. So, and she's probably taken popped a few pills as well, just to keep her calm as well. Numpty, that guy is. They will go live to court at past. They're pretty good at this court to go live at past, but these are just commenters from Fox 9 in between that. Chesney murder will be sentenced today in Dedham. I wonder how many PD will be there to support, unlike the Canary case. I would be interested to see how Anti-Bev does. We'll take a look. It depends what time it's on. There you go. Actually, not guilty. Yeah, I mean, I agree, but again, we have to respect the jury as well. I don't get it, but I hope they do come out. I just don't get the whole how they can be deadlocked and then 45 minutes, well, less than 45 minutes later, get a verdict. I just don't get it. It's just too quick. But I know, but it's not far from you, Hackster. Half an hour away. It's not far, is what I meant. Stone thrown away. Good morning, Heather. How are you doing, my darling? Nice to see you. In a shit. Oh, fuck. Here we go. I woke up in a shit mood. I'm so over these trials. I can't handle these inept juries anymore. Uh-oh. That means I'm in trouble later on then. I know. I woke up in a bit of shit mood because I'm not sure if you were here on, but YouTube cut the last 2.5 hours of the stream last night. So I had to re-record the verdict earlier on today. I was right on day one. I said the defense would need to pull a rabbit out of their hat. I'm good at this stuff. Go punch. Dave, stop it. Don't troll. Dave is trolling. Hamburger's trolling now. No worries, Zach. That's the gist of it anyway. In college, I took many trips down the Upper River. Used to pee in the river, didn't you, Erin? I am pretty sure the river is half river water, half piss. That's because of you. I have been hammered down that river a few times, and I'm a grown up now. I know. This way up, hello to you. 10 a.m. Okay. I might, if it's live, what I'll do is after this is done, I might go and stream that if it's live somewhere. Because I can do that later on if need be. We'll see. I know, Josie. They just wanted to go home. Sucks. Does suck because they want to work tomorrow. Should be. This is the problem as well about paying juries shit money. That's the problem. It's crap money. I think they're getting paid like something like $15 a day or something, and because of that, it's shit. They just like Anyway, I know we're here for Nicolae Miu, so fine. Should be interested in Dedham today. There you go. If it's streamed, I'll stream it later after this one. There you go, Lou. I wish the juries wouldn't remember and care that it's someone's life. Yeah. Oh, here we go. Hang on.
And it's cell phone video of the
Hang on. I'll play this for you, Zach, so you can see this.
escalating encounter.
If there was no video, how hard would that have made your job? What would that case have looked like?
It would have made the jurors' job very hard. I'm so thankful that we had a video to kind of base our thoughts on it.
Fox 9 spoke to a pair of jurors after the panel of 12, 6 men and 6 women, found Miu guilty on half a dozen charges, including first-degree reckless homicide.
I feel that justice was served.
The jurors asked us to conceal their identities, wishing to remain anonymous while taking us inside the deliberation process. I spoke to one over the phone who concluded Miu could have avoided the whole thing.
I mean, it's not like anybody had a fence behind him or were holding him there. He could have went, even if it was the wrong direction, he could have walked away.
We felt like we put on a good defense, but in many ways, self-defense is a community standard, and it's very dependent upon which group of 12 people within the community you ask.
Or he could have walked right past everybody and went back to his group.
Both jurors reasoned if Miu threw the first punch, as several witnesses testified, he could not then claim self-defense.
You went to Mr. Miu, correct?
Yeah, I went to the guy who was punching people first. Correct.
Again, based upon your memory that he pulled someone's hair and punched them from behind, correct?
Based on the memory that I know that he punched someone, yes,
Okay.
It doesn't matter how he punched them. I know he punched them, and he shouldn't have.
Prosecutors included a charge of battery, arguing Miu struck Madison Cohen first, sparking the physical altercation.
Why was it important to start your kind of deliberations or conversations around the battery?
The Madison Cohen battery charge was a really big thing for the whole case because what that basically amounted to is, who threw the first punch? We had more people that said that he punched her.
While there was little support in the room for Miu's claim of self-defense, I am told that 2 or 3 jurors pushed for a conviction on the intentional homicide charges.
But after looking at everything overall, I think it was just more of a freak thing. It was people in the moment. I don't think initially he had the thought of, I'm going to kill one of these boys or all these boys.
Do you think he hurt or helped his case by going on the stand?
I don't think he had much choice but to go on the stand. I think if he really was going to plead self-defense and have a case, I think he needed to take the stand to explain himself.
I lied about the knife.
Was that your knife?
Yes, it is. It was.
In this case, which I think is probably with a lot of cases, it actually hurt him. Just like I was saying, because the stories did not match. There were so many things that were not true that he said.
And back out here live with Debbie Lang, our
That's bringing back memories. How infuriating! I remember how infuriating some of those witnesses were. Now, hang on, we got Melissa the Chesney sentencing today. I'll play it after this sentencing if I remember. Oh, that was infuriating. It was infuriating because of how they acted, and the jury concluded that more witnesses had seen So more witnesses said that Miu punched first, so they believed those. Well, there was like 12 witnesses that went around him. So of course the 12 are going to say he punched them. So it's 12 against 1. And then when he said, oh, he had to testify, but yeah, he shouldn't have testified. He did more damage than good. It's like, well, I don't know. I don't know. Hey, thank you, Mr. Meatook. This verdict, Michigan parents' verdicts, Karen Reed, screwy verdict. I've lost all faith in the American judicial system. Mr. Meatook, you're not the only one, Mr. Meatook. You're not the only one. Unfortunately, thank you so much for the super chat, but you're not the only one. I forgot how infuriating this trial was, but I also remember that this trial is very toxic and that it was very split. I had the impression, or my interpretation was that they engaged with him. However, I respect and understand that a lot of people thought that he engaged with them. So I'm not going to start fights here. The thing is, I respect your opinion. It is what it is. He was found guilty. But I do think the judicial system is a bit fucked at the minute. Not just in America, in general. I just don't know how you fix it, though. I just don't know. Somebody said earlier on in my other stream this morning saying, I don't think the jury understand what reasonable doubt is. And I think that's true as well. I think that's a problem. Heather S. Dave Rambo is a bare minimum of what you can catch. Good afternoon to you, Manda. How you doing, my darling? Hope you're well. From what I remember, they never went back to his group until the whole incident was over. Remember, he never went back to his group until... Yeah, he went back after that, yeah. What did Nick say on the stand? Like, what was his story? Just that, he did do it. He didn't mean to do it. They were attacking him. They were goading him. They were shouting at him, which they all were. Just he initially lied about the knife and said that he wasn't carrying a knife. And then he admitted on the stand that he did carry a knife because he chucked his knife and everything. So there's a lot of things that made the jury think he was guilty. But what 3 jurors thought is intentional. It's like he wasn't carrying a knife, you fucking idiots, to stab everyone that morning. That infuriates me as well. The 3 jurors, actually boneheads, thought that was intentional homicide, what he did. You're thick as shit. And I'm sorry to say that. It's just like, he never had the intention of putting a small pen knife in his pocket to go and kill everyone that morning, in my opinion. You can say whatever you want for self-defense, but I think the position I saw the first quarter, he acted excessively. Oh yeah, that's who's scared for his life was the other one. Which, his head was in the water. Again, we can rehash it out. How do you explain him going back to his group, then going back to confront them? He never went back to his group. He went down. Well, he never went back to his group, Jennifer. They encountered. He went down the river. They encountered, and then he went downstream and then went back up to his group. So he never went back to his group and then came back. Unless you mean earlier on in the day that the group went, they had a picnic and then walked back down. But then he walked back and then walked back down. But nothing had happened in between that, if you know what I mean. Cow diarrhea and piss equals up the river. When did he go back? He never did. I think what Jennifer is meaning is that in the day at some point he went back, but he never engaged with them, then went back to his group and then re-engaged. That never happened. He engaged, walked down, and then re-engaged back up after that and went back to his group. So nowhere in the whole engagement did he go back to his group. He went back to his group afterwards as he was, but the other groups weren't there at that point. Bill of Rights. I don't disagree with you. Paid euros more, yes. I wouldn't say no to that. His own wife testified he came back for a few minutes, then he was gone and was back over the group of teens. Yeah, that, but he never engaged in between that, if that makes sense. Jennifer. Good morning to you, Mama Ames. How are we doing? Hope you're well. Did you watch the trial from Pembroke, Kentucky a few years ago? No, I haven't. Oh, not me, Pippi, sorry. I think a lot of people think it's not me nor someone I know, so it doesn't matter No longer. Yeah, I think that's also true, Crafty Cow. AB taken away. I know. Yes, they do. For instance, he never went back to the kids. Yes, that's true. She said she did not know for sure where he went. That was never proven or showed. No. Good morning to you, Mark. It's nice to see you a second time. He didn't go back to his group in between. No, he didn't. No. He didn't go. No. Go on. Yeah, he pretended to copy. Didn't know what was going on either. So. I was guilty in this one. He had so many chances to walk away and didn't. The teams acting very badly, didn't deserve to have it all happened intentional. I feel he walked back knife held ready. Yeah. Again, a lot of people have that feeling as well, Amanda. Obviously, I'm on the opposite side of that, but again, again, you're entitled to your opinion. I respect your opinion, Amanda. I personally don't think he had the opportunity to go back because they surrounded him too quickly for that. But that's just my personal. 12 against 1. How many died? 1. And I think 3 or 4 injured. Yeah. He did lie during the interrogation. He did a lot of things that did not help him. He did a lot of things that didn't help him. Good morning, Mama Ames. Rebecca, hello to you, Rebecca. Oh, it's just said it to you, Rebecca. There you go. Kabi, hello to you, Kabi. It's the second group. The ladies in the group, Madison was a bitch. Let me make this live again then. Good morning, Tracy. How are you? Nice to see you. Similar X. Bill, how are you doing, Bill? No, Bill, did you slide into any DMs last night, Bill? I did enough work for you last night, Bill. I did enough work for you last night. Zach, no, he was the only one with any kind of weapon. He was pushed, shoved, and his head was underwater for a bit of time. He did walk away, then followed him, hit him, pushed him, and held him down. So basically, didn't leave your house. Don't leave your house and live like a recluse, and you may not be put in a trial. Yeah, I think a lot of people have a feeling now of you. If you ever attacked, do not fight back. Yeah, basically. Correct, Zach. And don't go tubing down the septic tank. Hello, Dawn. How are you, my darling? I missed the video by now. No, she got manslaughter. Yes, Dawn, manslaughter. We can't agree on everything, unlike your juror's experience with influence thoughts. Yeah, absolutely. It's all good. I mean, we don't need to rehash it, people. We know it's 50-50. We know it's toxic. We know some people, and we had a lot of people in this stream that were guilty, and they're still here. So, I mean, it's all good. It is what it is. That's what makes it interesting. Wow, and he got found guilty. What's going on? It's just the laws of it and stuff. Because they were saying that he engaged, and basically they said that he punched the girl. That's what started the whole fight, and that's what the jury put a lot of emphasis on. That basically he punched the girl first. He was saying no, but the jury said, well, 12 of them said that he did punch the girl, so he started it. Is some of the narrative as well. So. Good morning to you, Sicily lover. How are you doing? It was too late. Today is the day when two become one. I would not want to go on trial for anything either. Yeah, I've heard about that. Yes, I've heard about the interview. And now you have a very own dating app. Yeah, I did a good job for Bill. I think we found Bill some ladies last night. Cabby, hello Cabby. Zach too found this trial decision so disturbing. Zach, go watch videos. Well, we warn you, you will be outraged. 12-0 since Dilly start. No, you're not, Dave. No, you're not. Zero evidence was ever shown that he hit Manson. Yeah, but unfortunately, well, the evidence was the witnesses, and that's what they said. The jury said 12 of them said that he hit her first, so he did it, and that's what the jury put. The jury said it on the phone call that when you got 12 people saying that he hit her, you got to go with it. So that infuriates me. Is everything nice and awake? Is everyone nice and awake today? We didn't expect that late. I know, 4:30. I've got a better 5, I think. Max sentence 97 years. We're becoming a society where, for most people, don't do or think in situations is a legal way and think around anyone who doesn't exactly act the same way they prove of it is guilty. I know. I do get that as well, yeah. You were so funny last night, the Lance dating group. I know. Unfortunately, the last 2.5 hours is gone. And that was hilarious. So he was an aggressor first, so he started the events. Well, this is where the debate is, Zach. This is where the debate is, Zach. This is where the debate. He says no, he was not the aggressor. The video shows everything except for the first punch. The girl put her hand on him first, but it's look. If I'm being honest, I find it hard to hash it again because I know how toxic this trial is. This trial, Zach, I'm not joking you, is the most toxic trial I've ever covered, and it's the most toxic this chat has ever been. So that's why I'm not really keen on rehashing it, because emotions were so high on this. It was literally a divide, 50-50 divide. It's 50-50 divide across the world, but this chat even is 50-50. And I've never experienced such a toxic trial with division as that. So why are they not? Hang on, let me try another stream then, just in case. Yeah, Crystal. It's the Chesney one. Right, let me try and see if there's another Nicolae Miu stream, just in case. Though we missed anything. Oh, darling, Nicolae Miu. Nicolae Miu. Oh no, that's fine. No, so it is. We were just waiting for that. That's fine. Luby. Na. How we doing, my darling? How we doing? Thank you for answering my question. I think I'll sit down watching the trial. The trial's done. The trial's obviously done. It's just a sentencing today, for the next hour or so. That's it. That's all. I'm not sure what the next trial is going to be though. Right. I'm not going to discuss it anymore, people. I know there's different opinions. It's all good. It's all good. But please, let's right. What have we got here now? We got. Okay, let's play this then, just in case. Where's this gone? Just in case there's some people here that needs cheering up. Press the like, please. Press the like and subscribe. It would mean the world to me if you liked and subscribe. Like and subscribe, everyone. Let's fucking go. There we are. Make sure you like and subscribe. Hey Terry, how we doing? Hi all, I'm drained from last night. How are we doing? How are you doing? I'm doing all right. I'm not 100%. I'm a bit tired. Up today. It is what it is. It was. I had fun last night. I did really enjoy it. The chat was bouncing. I think we got Bill, a few ladies now. He'll be messaging you ladies today. So in anticipation. Now, Bill, you do know if they are married, they will not respond to you, yeah? Just in case. And you're supposed to add Christine Fortunato as well. She is here as well. You need to add her in because she couldn't find you. Dawn, they are using the Ashley's looking at 11, I think it's 11 and a half years minimum to 30 years max. And Nicolae Miu was looking up to 97 years. Miu is. For the culture. Where's your MO morning buddy? Adam, Sean doesn't. Sean's only here when Karen Reid is on, so he's only here when Karen Reid is on. So, the commercials, yeah. This is the day edition, not the late night. Yeah, I mean, hey, and also just for those of you that were there last night from the last 2.5 hours that's been cut, you're never going to get that back. So you had live experience, people. Those of you that were there, you had the live experience of it all. If you know, you know. It was great. And Bill is happy. So that was off the hook last night. It's just unfortunate that the whole 2.5 hours has been deleted. It is unfortunate, but it was funny. It was hilarious. It was, and I'm glad that in a way I'm sort of glad it's gone because I was getting delusional by the end, and the fact that chat was shouting at me like the verdict's in. I was like, where? I can't see it. And it's on the screen going, the verdict is in. I couldn't see it on screen. It was bad. It was bad. Exactly. If you know, you know. The chat was hilarious. It was real fun. Thank you to everybody that contributed, and I loved it. Oh, look at OJ found not guilty, but eventually went to prison anyway. Karma has a way of getting you in the end. Yeah. I'll be a crop tutor. Even if I get someone to think I would just say I know everything about the case, even if I don't, I wouldn't want the responsibility either. People are scared now when they say. I got kicked off 5 times. I did. 5 times. StreamYard was trying to tell me, shut up and get out. Shut up and get out. Well, yeah. They were trying to tell me. I don't know what's wrong. Why are they not streaming? I'm just looking at the streams and no the streams are streaming either. Press the like, press the like, press the like, please. Press the like and subscribe. It would mean the world to me if you liked and subscribe. Right. My future son-in-law got a jury summons last month and I tried to steal it. Not sure if I could pass for a Vietnamese young man but was willing to try. I mean, try a hack. You need a timer so you don't run over time. Ask the Canton Selectman where they get theirs. There you go. There you go, Mr. Meatuck. It was a spreading of the legs a lot. I know. Spreading all the legs. If you know, you know. I need to stop playing that now. It's done. Gary, like the stream. And don't forget to subscribe. I sat on a federal jury when I was like 25. That's an experience, a federal jury, isn't it? That would be an experience. Lol. Thankful. You made me spit on my lunch laughing, Erin, by Zach. You having lunch now, Zach? I didn't have breakfast today. I only had a bit of lunch today. Had these teens never begun harassing Nick, Miu, their friends would be alive today. Instead, they feel so messed up. Mary, hello, Mary. How are you doing? I know. It's just because they're playing it. You can stop playing it, but it was it. Yeah, I think I'm gonna do the Kimmy one, Jennifer, but I'm not gonna do the legs one. I'm probably gonna leave the legs one out and just concentrate on the other stuff. I'll redo it basically. I'll redo it. Oh! Why are the court so late today? Yeah, I'll add something else in the section. I might add something about Bill and his dating life. I've done, Bill. I've done everything for you now. This is a video of the incident. Yeah. I'm checking again, see if there's any streams. No. Let me check one more stream. No, they're all the same as me. I should play the ole 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 Erin hack hack hack. Here you go, Steph. Erin hack 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 ole. Oh no. Oh, do you know what? Is that why they had the signs up saying the next hour, first hour was gonna be impact statements? Ah, fuck. Why would you not stream victim impact statements? Ah. Okay. It looked like he was saying that they weren't going to stream. Yeah, fair enough. I did see that as well. No worries, Bill. No worries, fella. You gotta let us know. You gotta let me know though, about how successful you become. There you go. That was for you, Steph. Toots, let me know when Bill slides in, all right? Hack, hack, hack. Right, what are we going to do now then until then? Because I don't really want to play this. They probably come back in about half an hour. What's he saying? Let's listen to him.
He was basically raised by Donnie Hernandez. Donnie Hernandez also giving his victim impact statement. And I understand now we were an aunt as being allowed to speak, talking about Nicolae Miu's choice not to walk away from the encounter with the teenagers, that the loss of Isaac very much impacted her life as an auntie, and that she would do anything to get justice for Isaac, and that she is in weekly therapy because of what happened that day. So again, not surprising, some of the verbiage or some of the statements coming from Isaac's family. This is their moment. This is their time to speak. And clearly they are opening up, and it doesn't sound like, I don't want to speak towards the forgiveness or anything like that, but clearly they are seeking the maximum here.
Absolutely. There's no question. I mean, we saw from the testimony of Isaac's mom just the pain that she experienced in losing her son, the pain in terms of the involvement, seeing what she did on the banks of the river, and then, every day she's without her son. And so it doesn't surprise me at all that these are very powerful statements that are coming from Isaac's family.
Yeah, just a little bit more. What about Isaac's dream? Asks the family. He's the most beautiful young man, wanted the best for everyone, blessed to raise him as my own child, meaning, stepdad there, and be called dad by him. Again, just reiterate, I know a little bit about Isaac and that he was a 17-year-old junior. He loved golf. His parents live on a golf course out there in the Stillwater area. He had started his own business, like detailing, cleaning cars and then boats at the marina on the river. Engineering. I think I seem to remember Elena mentioning at one point had dreams of maybe attending college at Madison. I know the family has subsequently begun a foundation in his name, the Isaac Schumann Foundation. In fact, one of their annual fundraiser to raise money is coming up on Monday out at the golf course in Stillwater. They're raising money for scholarships for kids who basically have entrepreneurial dreams.
We'll wait for that. So yeah. Toots, if you know, you know. But Bill, you dirty hound dog, you. Let's go, Bill. Bill slid into Toots. We need to get his picture up. Bill, you need to put your picture up on Twitter. That sounds so dirty. Bill slid into Toots' DMs. I love this. We're getting the date going here, but hey, there's no pressure though, Toots. Get a nice meal, get some steak tips from him, and then see what happens. I bet he's not yellow in real life. I love this. I want to see what Bill looks like. I want to see Bill. I want a love story. I want you and Bill to get married. First marriage from the alternate corner. I'd love it. Obviously, those that you don't know weren't here last night probably thinking, what the fuck? But we turned into a dating site for like a few hours last night. I wonder who else Bill slid into. That's the best way, though. Just take a chance now. What's she saying?
And that there's been a lot of social media voices that have spoken in favor and against.
Okay, that's it. Get some steak tips from him. Oh my God, stop it. I'm sorry. Take you out for some steak tips. I meant. Yeah. Hey, let's not forget about Mrs. Fritz, your mother. Your mother's in this as well, Jessica. Remember, Bill wants a 30 to 59 years old woman. So Mrs. Fritz is in it. Or maybe, sorry, she's not called Mrs. Fritz, is she? But remember, your mother's in it as well. I know, never thought it'd be dating shows, so let's try. I know, but also some people here are going, what the fuck is he on about? Well, you should have been here. We turned into a dating show last night. Just a tip, Zach. No, she's not too old. Your mother's like 52, isn't she? Bill said 59. 30 years old to 59 years old, he said. So she's in the running. She's in the running, Jessica. Damn autocorrect. Hello, Sally. How we doing? Hope you and family are well. We're just waiting for Nicolae Miu Sentencing, the victim impact. Cameras are not allowed during victim impact statements, is what they say on screen. So I didn't watch all of this trial. I'm glad I didn't see just the chat's strong statements make me understand why they. Yeah, no, I think so. It makes sense. I think somebody else said that in chat. It does make sense why it has, and I'm not joking my names. It literally was the most toxic trial I've ever covered. With opinions. I mean, people I love and adore had very strong opinions on both sides. I didn't enjoy it. I wasn't going to stream this sentencing. That's how toxic it got. But I'm trusting our chatty to self-regulate and respect each other's opinions. Hey, Sally. Good morning, Mark. Yeah, but no, you're 59, Toots. Toots, you're 59. You're just there. So Jessica is 30 and you're 59. And that's his range. Hey, he wants to... I think... Hey, Toots, if I'm being honest, I think Bill just wants to take some ladies out and have some fun, and just, you know, he's single, ready to mingle. Do you know what I mean? I think that's what it is more than anything. And he's in Foxborough, he's in Boston, so you know, you go out as friends, go out for some steak tips or whatever he wants to do, and then let's get multiple dates for him. Oh, you see. So when I asked Bill what's the age range, he said Jessica up till 59. So I was like, okay, 30 to 59. I don't know anything about this case. You don't want to know either, Sally. This is just sentencing. He's been found guilty. This is sentencing today. Set him up with Jessica's mum. And Jessica's mum, loads of you. 50% plus 7, the ideal age rule. So 50% plus 7. Oh, is that what they say? So Bill is 57 divided by... Oh, let's do... I need to get my calculator out now because I'm too tired to do this without calculator. So Bill is 57 divided by 2 is 28.5 plus 7, 35.5. Let's call it 36. So Bill, 36 is your ideal age. My ideal age is divided by 2 is 28. 28. I know, Will's math, I know. Disagreed opinion is not toxic. I beg to differ. Not on this. When I had to deal with the toxicity of it, it was awful. I know what you're saying. Disagreed opinions. I agree, but not with this trial. It was toxic. This was massively toxic. I have not even seen a trial as toxic as opinion as this one. It was, to be quite honest with you, it was actually vile. The comments in chat at some points. I can't do that again. Different opinions are fine. Ashley Benefield, how many people he had different opinions? Everyone's respectful. That's fine. This was toxic, is what I'm saying. This is why I did not want to do this sentencing. It was that bad. But disagreeing opinions are fine. But toxicity was this trial. And I'm only talking about this trial. Every other trial has been okay, but no, I have not. I thought before it started maybe, but no. No desire. Even though it's new judge now, no desire. Zaki doesn't want to start that one now. No, 100 and something days in, I think. I know. Yeah, no, they are gone. But do you remember it though? Do you know what I mean? It was just not nice. It was. And also there was some regulars that we lost from that trial. Because he was very, got volatile, and it wasn't people here. Like I say, people here had been respectful, but it just got too much. It just got too much. It was. I didn't. That's the one trial I've never enjoyed. Is Nicolae Miu. I never want to do another trial like that ever again. It was horrible. Sally keeps scrolling. Thank you so much for becoming a member, Sally. Thank you so much, my darling. I appreciate you, my darling. That was only one toxic. No, I think we banned 4 or 5. There's literally 4 or 5 that we had to, in the end, just go, no. And that's on both sides. And the other one, we did actually ban him. We didn't ban him, actually. But we've banned him since then. Hello, Christine. 11 months. How we doing, my darling? Hope you're well. Is that your new name and pick, Mr. Meatook? Is it? Is that Bill? Went through because I was in some situation with some of me and my dog. My dog was petrified and is a big kid. Oh. Realised my free membership expired. It's all good. I'm glad I found you after this trial. I just can't imagine this chat being that way. He would have put me off being here as a chat with the dynamics. Great. Yeah, he put me off streaming, to be honest with you, at some points. I don't mind opinions at all. Also, I think you'd be fine, Amanda. I think you'd have seen through it. It was just, I did not enjoy it. I don't mind opinions at all on what actually happened. It's misstating facts as real that bothers me. Yeah. I don't know. Whatever. We're gone. Hello, Teresa. How are we doing? Tricia, hello to you. Hello, my darling. Anyway, right. I don't know. That was I to be honest with you, I will disagree on that one. That was probably the one I hated the most. I don't know. We did ban a few from it, so that was the most uncomfortable I've ever had for streaming. And maybe it's toxic levels for you people. Maybe a different. I don't know. For me, it was too much. I'd never want to stream something like that again. Just after that trial, I'm shocked you had such a bad situation. I mean, yeah, it wasn't that bad, but I just felt yucky. I said I'm never gonna do a trial like that again, where people are vile to each other. I just didn't like it. I don't know. I'm not. I don't think. Maybe I'm being a bit dramatic, but it's just I don't like it. I don't like it. You can have different opinions on the facts, but there's no need to get personal. The chat is a good way to see other people's perspectives on life experience. I like different opinions. I like it. I got no issues with different opinions. It's the way you state them, though. Happy days. And again, thank you for joining Facebook last night. Hope you enjoyed yourself there. Liked your picture. Make yourself at home, Teresa. I was walking my dog and a group of out of control kids came around the corner on their skateboards. I couldn't cross the street because there was too much traffic. I was cornered, basically. Dilly on the rag today. Oh, no, I'm not. Teresa, agreed. Thank you. I love the way you spell my name as well. Well, what are they talking about now then?
We had done the story with her at the time from her hospital bed as she was recovering.
Oh, that's mad. I don't really want to talk about Madison. She's the most culpable in there. So they've been going for about 40 minutes now on statements. So we'll see. There was, I think, in the actual trial, there was like two witnesses that was it one or two witnesses we did not see because they didn't want to do it in front of. They did not want to be filmed. Hello, Kim. How are you doing, my darling? Hope you're well. Let's see what else. Dennis Sweeney. And again, just a reminder tonight, Resist the Silence. I'm going to be on at 6:30 p.m. Eastern, and we're going to have our resident guest, El Jefe, Zach, Sean. Just saw Zach comment there. See you in a bit, Carol. We've got Sean El Jefe McDonough. He will be on the show with Dana and Tracy. So make sure you go and support them as a channel. Please go and subscribe, or go and support as well. Our man Sean, if you want to see what he's got to say. I'm not sure what he's got to say. I've not spoken to Sean for about a week. Not since his last stream. Oh, I've had a couple of texts, but that's about it. So yeah, so he'll be on with Resist the Silence tonight, 6:30 Eastern. Mofos, Mrs. Wild. Oh, I don't have it. I don't have it. I don't have it, Mr. Beatuk. Sorry. I've not got it as a video. I'm sure I'll have it somewhere. I need to download it and stuff, but I've not got it. Oh, there he is. He's there now.
Some respect today. Let him come in civilian clothes. The state fought that. The judge ended up rejecting that request from the defense. So he's in orange jailhouse jumpsuit. His head is bowed. Our reporter said it's been bowed through all the victim impacts. Let's see if the courtroom audio is up.
We talk about this 30-second incident. But I think it's important to remember too, the only reason he was by this group was as they were floating away after he was insulted, he charged up onto the boys and grabbed onto their tube. I'm going to start by talking about the seriousness of the offense.
Are you going to project on the monitors?
Yes, I just have a exhibit labeled Exhibit 1. It just has 2 photos on it.
You ready?
Yes. Obviously, a homicide, any homicide is serious. In this case, Nicolae Miu killed 17-year-old Isaac Schumann. There's very little I can say about the effect on the victims that hasn't been said or expressed better by his family, both at trial and today with the victim impact statements. Part of what makes this so tragic and horrific is how easily Nicolae Miu could have avoided all of this. As I said, after he was insulted, he could have just let the boys float away. Instead, he charged up onto them. When the boys were yelling at him to leave, he doesn't. When another group comes to intervene to help to yell at him, tell him to leave, he doesn't. Instead, while multiple people are telling him, pleading with him, yelling at him to leave, he's smirking and he takes out his pocket knife. The defense filed a memo that presumes that Nicolae Miu actually believed his life was in danger, and that belief was just unreasonable based on the verdict. I don't think that's the case. I think the evidence shows he snapped, as we argued to the jury. I think that's evidenced in his attempt to flee afterwards to avoid responsibility, and his washing the knife, ditching the knife, saying nothing to his friends and family that were there. His playing dumb with Sheriff Knutson when he's first apprehended, acting like he didn't know what happened, saying he saw what looked like kids being kids. Maybe they were fighting. I think it's shown by his countless lies in his interview with Lieutenant Hart. As he's standing there smirking, as we all saw in the trial and the screenshots and the video, holding his knife, he never raises his knife. He never says, "Get back," like any reasonable person would do if they're afraid. I think anybody who's studied self-defense statistics whatsoever knows how many potentially violent situations are diffused simply by somebody pulling a weapon if they feel threatened and saying, "Get back, I have a weapon." He didn't do that. He held it down by his side where nobody saw it. After he took out his knife, when there's just 2 small females standing in front of him, he then punches Madison Cohen in the face, starting the physical altercation. It had, up to that point, been strictly verbal. Understandably, unsurprisingly, after he punches a barely 100-pound female in the face, he gets hit back, and he gets up and starts stabbing anyone within reach, regardless of their role, what they're doing. Riley was just standing there, as witnesses testified. Even after his friend Ariel was there, even after he'd stabbed multiple people, even after AJ is disemboweled, trying to hold in his intestines, Nicolae Miu, instead of going back to his group, walks away from them, up to Dante, and stabs him in the chest. There's nothing that shows other than vengeance, because Dante had punched him. So he was going to get even. And then clean the knife, ditch the knife, and return to his group. He encouraged his group to leave. He never called 911. He never tried to help any of the victims. He casually floated by the carnage that he left. Members of his group saw people getting CPR. But for the prompt response from the Sheriff's Office, Somerset Police Department, AJ likely would have also died, also but for the medical intervention. But for the prompt response from law enforcement, Nicolae Miu might have gotten away. He tried, once he got to the exit, tried to walk past the first officer. It was only because of the video and the screenshot that was circulated by law enforcement and witnesses that he was found. Because law enforcement thought they were looking for a single person, shirtless. Miu had changed his appearance, put on clothes, hat, sunglasses, and tried to just disappear with the crowd. In his interview, he made up many bizarre lies, some of which I think show his own state of mind, including his own recognition that he should have just left, because he specifically told Brandy Hart, Lieutenant Brandy Hart, they told me I couldn't run away. Obviously not true. That's what they were begging him to do. He said, I don't know why they wanted to scare me with knives. Not true. He was the one with the knife. He said he absolutely did not have a knife. Obviously not true. He feigned to not know the state of the other people. When he was told that 4 people went to the hospital and 1 was deceased, he said, oh no, as if he didn't know and he hadn't floated by the carnage that he created. The river was running red with blood. AJ Zid disemboweled and he pretended to not know. The defendant's actions, as we've heard today from the victims, affected so many people beyond Isaac and the other stabbing victims and Madison Cohen. It affected his friends, his family, classmates, teachers, the friends and family of the other victims, innocent bystanders around the river, the sense of safety in our community, and what's otherwise known as a recreational area. We heard from the victims earlier the lifetime physical damage as a result of this for AJ and Riley. There's obviously a lifetime emotional damage for all of the victims and family. Dante and Tony were lucky, no vitals were injured. Madison Cohen, for the battery, her injuries were pretty minor. It was pain, essentially. But she talked to the PSI writer about the emotional trauma from this event, as we've heard from other victims this morning. When we first met with Madison, she told us similar things that she told the PSI writer, about how when she got to shore, Isaac, who she didn't know was there getting CPR, and that Isaac's mom showed up. And Isaac's mom was holding his feet and saying he's going to be okay and sobbing. And Madison, sobbing, telling us this, said she decided she's never going to have kids because she can't stand the thought of suffering trauma like she witnessed with Isaac's mom on the shore. Proper consideration for sentencing, as outlined in Galleon, is the character of the deceased in a homicide. We've heard about Isaac from his family. His mother also provided us with some letters from other friends who aren't victims, describing what kind of person Isaac was. His friend Alex Vang, who was with him on the river, described him as always wanting to make sure everyone was happy, always cracking jokes, generous, talked about how they'd spend times talking about their dreams and goals after high school. He said Isaac was one of the people who inspired him for his future because of how driven and motivated and energetic Isaac was. He talks about anger, grief, and guilt following this incident. Landon Wire, who was with Isaac, talks about how this has affected him, loss of one of his best friends, about how he'll be scarred and traumatized by seeing the blood, the guts, and losing his friend. about how he'll never get the chance to grow because of the actions of Nicolae Miu. Juan, who filmed the video, hopes that justice will be served and his conviction is a step forward, but talks about how he'll never replace being able to see Isaac again, having one more hug, telling him he loves him. Isaac's girlfriend, who he'd known since middle school, talked about how they were looking forward to the future and what kind of house they would buy. Described Isaac as hardworking, intelligent, caring, charismatic, funny, and loving young man. As she knows, he's protecting her and his family now. Character of their defendant is also relevant for sentencing. The defendant's 54 years old. As the PSI talks about, he came here from Romania when he was 15, worked as an engineer, had no criminal history. He's been divorced 3 times. He has one son who lives in Romania, who he hasn't seen in 10 years. One odd thing from the PSI I noted is he spoke very highly of his dad and denied any abuse from his dad. But there's a public restraining order where he and his brother said that they're abused by their father. I don't know how relevant it is, it's just a little bizarre discrepancy I noticed. He talked a lot about his own struggles, about how he's depressed and his health issues. In the PSI, he talked very little about the effect of his crimes. And that's been a present fact throughout this case, is no remorse from the defendant. You'd think, one would hope, even if he truly believed this was self-defense, he would at least feel sorry that somebody was killed because of his actions. There's been no evidence of that. At trial, he was only emotional about talking about his dog, never emotional about the horrific injuries or the death of Isaac. I'm sure his attorney and maybe even himself will talk today about how remorseful he is. I think that rings hollow. Every defendant claims remorse at sentencing. What's much more enlightening about how he truly feels is how he acts, what he said leading up to today. All he really mentioned in the PSI that would suggest remorse is he's very sorry for everyone involved. No specific mention about killing Isaac Schumann, a 17-year-old, or the loss of Isaac for his family. Throughout trial, the heartbreaking testimony of Elena and the other witnesses and victims, there's no emotion from him. And I believe his true feelings are evident in his calls with his brother. He has numerous jail phone calls with his brother speaking Romanian, or perhaps he was a little less careful about what he was saying because he thought maybe it wouldn't be translated. He has a tendency, well, one, he consistently disparages the boys. He has a tendency to refer to them as other than human. And defense can correct me if I'm wrong, there's never any hint of remorse for his actions. Instead, I'll just read from one section. He says, "At jail, these bastards got me here. Well, it is what it is, but at least I'm alive. I was able to fight in order to survive. You got it? At least I survived the attack. And now look, the bastards are free. The bandits from hell, they are free, and I'm here. I'm victimized again." No, the bastards are free, and I'm here. No acknowledgement whatsoever that Isaac is not here. He killed Isaac. I'm sure there's going to be a large attempt to paint him as this great person. His jail phone calls, I think, tell a different story. He refers to Lieutenant Hart as a dirtbag policewoman, that wretched lady, suggests she's hiding evidence. The common theme is throughout his calls, he can't accept any personal responsibility. He blames Lieutenant Hart. He blames his own group, including his wife, for not stepping in. He also can't stop lying in his phone calls. He maintains there's other knives. He maintains with his brother, even well after he's arrested, after he's seen evidence, that he didn't take out the knife until after he was attacked and down in the water. That is undeniably untrue. You can clearly see him in the video before anything turns physical, smirking and holding that knife with the blade open. He claims he didn't try to leave the scene, claims he tried to run away from the confrontation. His continued lies, no, even he knows it's not self-defense. He didn't think it was self-defense. He knows it's absurd when if somebody looks at all the facts, to claim self-defense, so he continues to twist them, even with phone calls with his brother. As well as that section I read where he described the boys as demons from hell, he describes them as baboon bastards. But most often he refers to them as bastards. At one point, expressing frustration that his wife and friends didn't get to help him, we get a little bit more insight into his thought process. He says, friends, but when it's about a fight, they don't come to intervene. Man, had it been Sandy in that kind of situation, surrounded by those guys in the water, I would have rushed there, terminating those guys. There's so many, like you said, it would have been more of them like that, bellies up. So that's the cold and callous way he refers to killing Isaac, as leaving him belly up. Obviously, he's still angry. As we argued in the trial, he was angry at the time, he wasn't afraid, and he's still angry and accepts no responsibility. Clearly has no idea that self-defense is meant to stop a threat, not to terminate people and leave them belly up. I'm sure defense is going to spend a lot of time talking about his lack of criminal history. It's not unusual we see horrific crimes committed by somebody with no criminal history. I'm sure there's going to be a lot of discussion about him being a peaceful person. A peaceful person doesn't rush up on a group of teenagers because they insulted you. Doesn't refuse to walk away. A peaceful person doesn't take out a knife when they could have just walked away. Doesn't start a fight and stab 5 people. I think there's more. A big question in this, I think defense is going to argue, is he's not a danger to the public. One, I think the crimes speak for themselves. Clearly, he's a danger. No reasonable person in his situation would have acted like he did. This would have ended before it was even anything. Talking about leaving people belly up and terminating them is not the words of a peaceful person. His lack of remorse is certainly an indication of his lack of respect for human life. His dehumanizing the boys, including Isaac, with this terminology he uses to describe them. Another thing that's perhaps a clue that maybe this shouldn't be that surprising is when law enforcement went to his residence after he was arrested, they got consent from his wife to search his Jeep. In that Jeep, they found a machete concealed. Can we have the screen? That was concealed between the center console and the passenger seat. When law enforcement asked his wife about it, she described that he has that for protection for possible road rage incidents. She then later said, well, actually, maybe it's from camping. I think nobody hauls camping material, camping equipment concealed where it's in easy reach of the driver. It's absolutely bizarre that somebody would decide, one, that they're so concerned about road rage that they have to carry a weapon. I completely understand people conceal carrying, but to do it specifically because of road rage is strange. But absolutely bizarre is choosing to carry a machete. That makes no sense to me. It's not a defensive weapon if he's attacked in a car. It's only an offensive weapon because he'd have to get out of his car. The state's recommendation is a total of 60 years initial confinement. For count one, for the homicide of Isaac, the state's recommending the maximum sentence of 45 years initial confinement, followed by 20 years extended supervision. For the recklessly endangering safety, counts 2, 3, 4, and 5, the state's recommending 6 years initial confinement, followed by 5 years extended supervision. And on count 6, the battery, the state's recommending 1 year, with all counts running consecutively. State believes a lengthy prison sentence is appropriate to protect the public. It's appropriate as punishment. I know defense is going to talk about that a lot. The reality is that's a proper consideration, whether they like it or not. Punishment is a consideration in sentencing, but mostly to not depreciate the seriousness of the offense. It's hard to put into words how graphic and horrific this was. Everybody saw the evidence at trial. The public didn't see all of it. Some of it we kept or tried to limit what was shown because it was so graphic. The only other thing, Judge, is the state would ask for 30 days for restitution. I believe there will be some, I'm hopeful that we could reach an agreement, but if not, we'd ask for a restitution hearing.
Is that all?
Yes.
When we take a short recess, it seems to be a logical place for a break. We'll come back at 9:45. Mr. Miu and his attorneys will be escorted to the waiting room. We'll reconvene in 10 minutes.
This judge is pretty on the ball as well. When he says 10 minutes, he means 10 minutes.
Taking our first morning recess, 9:34. So we know we had to rejoin the courtroom late, and that the victim impact statements were not allowed to be shown on camera, but everyone in that courtroom has now been seated there. Some intense, obviously, victim impact statements, and now the state has made their ask for what they want to see Nicolae Miu sentenced to, and they are, I mean, it's not a full maximum ask here, but certainly
Very close.
would amount to a life sentence for a 54-year-old, 40 plus years for Isaac Schumann's death, another 24 years initial confinement, meaning prison. You do that amount of time, so 24 plus at least 40 there, 64, another year for Madison Cohen. I mean, you're getting up towards 70 years in prison in all. We're not exactly sure. He may have misspoke a little bit about a 5-year. There's some confusion in the math, but certainly upwards of 70 years is the ask of initial confinement, meaning the time you do. Your thoughts as Debbie Lang, local criminal defense attorney, joining us for some legal analysis. Debbie, your thoughts on that request?
Not surprised at all. Not surprised that the state's going big, and not surprised that they're asking for consecutive sentences. So sentences that run one after another, not on top of one another. So the fact here that they're asking for the maximum under the law in Wisconsin for Isaac Schumann's death, and then the state came and asked for a bit less than the maximum they could have for the endangering of the other individuals. They could have asked for up to 7.5 years confinement for each of those counts, and instead they asked for 6 years confinement on each, followed by 5 years of supervised release after Mr. Miu is released from prison.
Was that a pretty standard argument from a prosecutor in a case like this? I mean, he quoted from what we talked about, the pre-sentence investigation, meaning sort of a full in-depth investigation into the defendant's history, in this case, Nicolae Miu, citing a lack of remorse. He had some very disgusting language, frankly, about the boys that he encountered that day, the crowd.
Just so people know as well, I'm going to stream the Dedham courtroom straight after this one. I've just changed the title and everything, so I'm going to be streaming it after this one. So if you can't watch both, don't worry. I'm going to stream it. So this is the Chesney a murder, so his sentencing. So I will stream it here. So yeah, so yeah, so that sentence can be done. So don't worry about that. What's it called? Yeah, I've just changed it. Nicolae Miu and Emmanuel Lopes sentencing. I've just done it all. It's all if you refresh your pages, you'll see that that's the next thing I'm going to be streaming after this one today. So it'll be playback. No worries, Lady Di. It's all good. Yeah, Chesney. Yes, it is. It's Chesney. Yes. Buzz, as I say, hey, Carwyn. Shuddy boy, how's it going, Butt? For those of you old stagers here, you might remember Carwyn in the chat. He dumped us. He became too big, you know. He got a new job and everything. It meant that he couldn't join us anymore. Kaza boy, nice to see you, bud. Carwyn literally lives a few miles from me. I'm not. It's taken months to see you, boy. Nice to see you, boy. Months since I last saw you. Cheapers. Hope you're well, my friend. Hope the family well as well, boy. This Squelty pushes in. This Squelty boy. So there you go. Kaz is here. Yeah, Mama Buck, we all watched it here. Well, most of us watched it here, yeah. Sad in the end. Oh, here we go. Yeah, it's been streamed, Toots. Don't go anywhere, Toots. I'll be streaming it. I'm going to stream it. I'll be streaming it, Toots. So don't worry about it. People, you don't need to leave to go and watch the Chesney one. I'm going to be streaming it straight after this one. So don't worry about it. I'm back now for my sins. Well, work's allowing you to do it. It's all good job, boy. Oh, chickenpox. Oh, that's why you're here. Dost. T's and P's, boy. That's not good. That's not good. Right, hang on. I need to just, whilst we're waiting, the court's going to come back in 5 minutes. No, it's all good, Toots. In case anyone else needs to leave or anything, I will be streaming it, so don't worry. It's all good, Toots. You're not going to leave because Bill is here, so hang on. I know, went to bed and I was streaming and woke up, I was streaming, I know. Hang on then. Let me just do this. Give me a second, people. Hang on, bear with me. Just whilst I get it up. So you see, again, shout out to you, Dawn. Here you are. I did say thank you yesterday. Thank you for you. Thank you, Dawn. Obviously, these are yesterday's. Casey, Katie, Amanda, thank you so much for the coffees. And today, Kathleen, thanks for all you do, Dylan. Thank you for the 5 coffees, Kathleen. It's very generous of you. I really do appreciate my darling. I hope you're well there as well. So thank you, Kathleen. Thank you, everybody, for your support, as always. Hang on, let me get the stream back up then. Hey. There we go. Right, what else is going on here? Muted. What? Was I muted? Hello, beautiful inappropriate. Hopefully feeling okay. Hope you're feeling okay. Hello, Shumai, Steph, Tinian. Well, so Carwyn is a Welsh speaker as well, Steph. Carwyn is a Welsh speaker as well. We went to school together. He's a year younger than me in school, Carwyn is. So we speak to each other in Welsh. So I would say to Carwyn, Prawn da, Carwyn. Tinian, boy. So Prawn da, Steph. Prawn da, Steph. That's good afternoon, Steph. Youngest had it 2 weeks ago, and the eldest has it this week. Oh no! Once it's in the house, you're done for. But at least they got it now, Kaz. At least they got it. It's out the way. Thankfully. Yes, I heard about Dr. G, and he said she was telling the truth for Ashley Benfield. Muted. I wish sometimes that mouth of yours would be muted, Heather. Potty mouth. Open 24/7, like a good pair of legs being spread. There you go. Luby knows a joke. Happy days, Bev. I thought you say hi, beautiful to me, Gary. You're younger, much prettier. Ah, here we go. Here we go. This is what we call an arsehole. Oh, do you know what? I had last pulled a tooth. I got an infection as well. It's nothing worse, is it? Nothing worse. It's crap. Both beautiful. Oh, thank you. Thank you, Heather. Random question for everyone. Has anyone heard of it having to pay almost $200 for kids to ride public school buses? I got charged in the town we moved to. No, never. Well, I mean, in the UK, it wouldn't happen. So, proud ass, Steph. Lolly wish. Carwyn is the coolest name ever. Oh, don't. People don't. Carwyn is gonna. He'll get big headed. So don't. Let's not praise him too much, you know. Proud dad, nice. I'm watching Dylan and Sean. Yeah, I just noticed he's streaming as well. I love Sean. Angel and Devil, yes. He's the devil. It would be gorgeous. Oh, some cities here in Indiana start doing that last year is crazy. And Luby's like, when spread your legs, especially Peter Tragos is asking, Heather. What can I say? I'm blushing here. Carwyn, yes. Those two female prosecutors were terrible. They were terrible. Terrible. No, Jessica, no charges here in Arizona, but the bus stop is so far away from my home. It's easier to take my kids to school instead of the bus. Oh, wow. In my opinion, it's because they're so understaffed and maybe to pay the drivers more to attract more drivers and they're only speculating. Maybe. Jessica, never agree with Heather. Never agree with Heather. Especially about Tragos and opening your legs. To be honest, Alan, you look about 10 years younger. Thank you, Crafty Cow. Carwyn. Carwyn looks older than me. Carwyn, they can't believe I'm 42, boy. They cannot believe I'm 42 years old and Carwyn's 41. We may be leading up to 42 now. Unbelievable. Might have to be my new bestie. That cracked me up, Dylan. You rat bag. Spread your legs. Carwyn means white love. Here we fucking go. Here we go. Carwyn is married with 2 kids, people, right? He's married with 2 children. Josie, what's gonna do? They can't give me my money back. Oh yeah, true. My town's been doing it for years. There's also lottery to even get a seat. Wow, that's bad. Whoa. Sean can be spicy, yes. In Scotland, we have free bus travel for all age under 22. Is goods and bad points. Oh, my gums slit and stitches because I have implants done, so I'm dreading it, but I have to think of the end result. Oh, well, good luck, Christine, with that. Good luck, my darling. Hope it goes well for you. Be thinking of you Saturday. We love Heather. Oh, she gives me anxiety sometimes. I live in a tiny town in Arizona, but my daughter goes to a charter school and they don't have buses for them at all. 4 implants, you will love them, Christine. Are we talking about teeth implants or breast implants now? I don't believe either look much older than 42. Prick. Hi, Daffodil. How we doing? Daffodil from Michigan, but got a Welsh name, Daffodil. Daffodil. There you go. Such young uns. Private, and they don't have school buses either. He's married with children. Better watch out. We might start calling him Al if he gets too sassy. I actually thought Carwyn was your very, very older brother. Thank you, Crafty Cow. He does look older than me. You're right. He does look older than me. Crafty Cow gets it. I'll be watching all of your shows because I won't be able to do very much. Okay, Christine. Good luck. Free bus. 22. Act 21. Oh, he's not back yet. Dan, great this morning. Good. Oh, there you go. Steph's 30. There you go. Can I speed this up? I have today off, but taking the kids school shopping. Oh, how I hate Mall of America. They're 10 minutes from it. And can we go once a year for school shopping? I thought we were thank you, Toots. Oh, here we go.
Expect it to be a bit longer, and I see the judge now.
Yeah, Judge Waterman, let's take you out to St. Croix County Circuit Court, Hudson, Wisconsin.
Okay, we are back on the record. The attorneys are present along with Mr. Miu. Mr. Nelson, will you be delivering Mr. Miu's argument?
Yes, Judge, but I believe the state had something to add before I start.
I just noted my total was incorrect. All the specific lengths I gave for recommendations is correct. The total of initial confinement is 70 years.
Thank you. Mr. Nelson.
Thank you, Judge. I just want to start by obviously acknowledging that this was a tragedy all around. We completely understand and appreciate the heartbreaking loss and the grief that was suffered by the Schumann family, the other victims, and their entire family, their friends, everybody here in the courtroom for the most part. It's obvious that Isaac Schumann was a unique and special human being that was loved by innumerable people. As Your Honor knows, here today, defense has a unique role in this process. And so while as a human being, I definitely heard what was said, I'm going to focus on our role today, and I'm going to focus on the galleon factors. And the galleon factors, as we all know, and we'll talk about it later, talk a lot about Mr. Miu, the seriousness of the crime, and the need to protect the public. So I just want the court to know, and obviously the public to know, that we heard the victims. We understand and appreciate that. I'm just going to move through and talk about the galleon factors. I think it's always important to, when I think of galleon, which I think it was cited in my sentencing memo, Your Honor, and I'm sure Your Honor's heard me say this before at other times. I've been in front of Your Honor numerous times, but my favorite quote in all of Wisconsin jurisprudence is from paragraph 36 of galleon. Experience has taught us to be cautious when reaching high consequence conclusions about human nature that seem to be intuitively correct at the moment. Better instead is a conclusion that is based on more complete and accurate information and reached by an organized framework for the exercise of discretion. I know Your Honor knows that quote. I know Your Honor will appropriately exercise your discretion. I didn't mean to imply that you wouldn't, but I think it's good for all of us. And I know obviously the court, Your Honor, is my audience today, but this isn't happening in a vacuum. And I think it's important for all of us as members of the court system to take that real responsibility on when we speak about things of this serious nature, which at the end of the day, this is as serious it gets in our profession, in the criminal justice system, the sentencing. How do we deal with loss within our society, within the court system, within this courtroom? It's a profound question that I think demands incredible attention, and that's what I'm going to try to give it today. That quote ends with the exercise of discretion, and in galleon, again, as Your Honor knows, the courts talk about discretion in a way that makes clear the use of discretion is using the process of reasoning and a logical rationale. And so if you indulge me for a moment, just to quote from paragraph 3, discretion is not synonymous with decision-making. Rather, the term contemplates a process of reasoning. Paragraph 6, in this opinion, we examine the process of reasoning. Paragraph 19, quoting McCleary, the term discretion implies a process of reasoning. This process must depend upon facts that are of record and that are reasonably derived by the inference from the record and a conclusion based on a logical rationale founded on proper legal standards. They go on to say in paragraph 22 more about a rationale, paragraph 39, a rational and explainable basis, paragraph 49, a rational and explainable basis, paragraph 15, a rationale for sentencing decisions must be knowable. And I'm going to address that a little bit more when I do get to the, I think at near the end, when I address punishment and retribution. Because I think this framework for us here in a court system using rationale to try, maybe unsuccessfully, but to try to figure out what we do as a society when loss has been suffered. And part of that rationale, Judge, is clearly morality, right? I don't want to go on too far about, what's the purpose of the criminal justice system, but I think in many, many, many ways, it is a system to try to impart and show our common morality and the morality that we believe in as a community. I think morality, and I think there's hundreds of years of philosophers who support that essentially morality is by its nature both forward-looking and functional. And I think that's a key theme at any sentencing is we're looking towards the future. Obvious, we're here about the past, right? There's been crimes that were committed that he was convicted of. There's loss that happened in the past. But morality in sentencing, I think at its core is forward-looking and functional. The natural purpose of morality, even the retributive impulse, is to shape future behavior advantageously for our community, for our society. Any reasoned moral response to past behavior must consider the best means to achieve what our community's desired ends are and how most effective we can be on those future offenses. And I say that, and I'm maybe taking some things out of context, but one of the matters that Mr. Anderson addressed, right, in his comments, and I appreciate this, that he was critical of Mr. Miu's actions on the river. He essentially said, and you, Honor, just heard it, so I'm not quoting word for word, but what I heard him say, he was critical because according to Mr. Anderson in the state, Mr. Miu was acting on vengeance to get even. That's one of the things that the state had said. Now, I don't want to this isn't the time for factual disputes. I get that. So I'm going to put that aside whether I agree with their conclusion about what the facts lead to show. But what we know and we both agree upon is that's a recognition that vengeance is an emotion that we ought not promote. Vengeance is not something that we ought to model. Vengeance is not something that I think any of us should aspire to or aspire others towards. Justice is different than vengeance. And I don't think this court, any court, while the natural human feelings of those who've suffered loss may involve those very instinctual, common, emotional feelings that all label vengeance or some sort of strike back. That is not something we all agree we should promote. And my hope is at the end of this that Your Honor will have some words to address that and address the meaning of sentences and the purpose of that and how they may differ from vengeance. So back to Gallion. As Your Honor knows, Gallion cites the law. The starting point
for the law on any sentence, even this sentence, and I'm quoting the law, probation should be considered as the first alternative. That's what Gallion says. It then quotes Bastion, Bastion, paragraph 25, adopted the ABA standard 1.3 relating to probation. And again, as Your Honor knows, maybe Your Honor will address this in your comments, but this is the framework where we as lawyers in the court of law in a in a system designed by social contract that we've all agreed upon. This is the framework which we do. And it says probation should be the sentence unless the court finds that, one, confinement is necessary to protect the public from future criminal activity by Mr. Miu, or two, Mr. Miu is in need of correctional treatment, which can most effectively be provided if he is confined, or three, which I think is what the majority of what we'll be talking about today, I will be, is number three, or it would unduly depreciate the seriousness of the offense if a sentence of probation were imposed. So with that framework, Judge, I want to talk about those three different factors, or three different questions that need to be answered. Obviously, within that, Gallion also talks about the three sentencing factors, which I think are somewhat parallel, if not consistent with that, and that is the character of Mr. Miu, the need to protect the public, and the seriousness of the offense. So I'm using it in the framework of these three questions outlined by the standard 1.3 of the ABA standards. So first off, is confinement necessary to protect the public from Mr. Miu? That's where I think we think of his character, right? And I understand that the state and some of the other speakers today made comments about Mr. Miu's character, and I understand why they may have those opinions. But the facts, the cold hard facts, are that Mr. Miu, prior to this time when he was on the river, had never been in trouble. He was an upstanding, moral human being. He had, as you know, in the sentencing memorandum and in the PSI, but just to quickly outline, he was born in Romania. He and his family, for lack of a better term, were treated poorly there. A circumstance that was outside of his control, and they managed to leave that circumstance and come to America. But like some other things in Mr. Miu's life, that wasn't in his control. He didn't sign up to be born into a communist Romanian country. He didn't sign up to be persecuted in that communist regime. He came here and had what I think we would all consider the American dream. An immigrant, came here, he learned the language, he adopted America, he assimilated into our country, and he was a productive member of society, getting an education, being employed, and having positive relationships throughout his adulthood. The state has mentioned some things about his character that I feel like I don't want to belabor it too much, because I don't think at the end of the day there's really much question about his character. The state's talked about his phone calls, right? What Your Honor probably knows is he's been in custody for 2 years and a day. About 732 days he's been in the St. Croix County Jail. During that time, he's had some phone calls. The state mentioned some of these phone calls. I will just say, without us being distracted by these phone calls, that we dispute the translation on many of those phone calls. In particular, the word bastard. That's not the Romanian word that Nicolae used. I think the proper translation would be an unfortunate. And so that's a very different context in which this was said. Second thing I think is Mr. Miu has been in custody for this time. Like, I think anybody, whether he's he was involved in this traumatic event, right? He's been suffering PTSD while he's in the jail. That's documented through the jail records, through the medical records. He's been going through his own process. These phone calls that are mentioned, you don't get a timeline. You don't get a date. Many of them, based upon my memory of those phone calls, which wasn't a huge part of the trial, was these happened in the first 30 to 60 days of his incarceration. These weren't from yesterday. These weren't from last month. These weren't from around the time of the trial. These were much, much further back in time. And I say that because remorse is something that the state talked about, and they talked about it in the context of Mr. Miu's character. I think Your Honor knows the criminal justice system in America is good at several things. It's not really good at allowing sometimes a space for a person in Mr. Miu's position to express remorse in a safe space. The only people that he'd be able to do that with are myself and Mr. Cherofisi. I don't want to make myself a witness, but I can tell Your Honor's office of the court, he has processed this. He has shown in the numerous times, the tens, if not hundreds of times that I've met with him, remorse over different times in the action. A lot of mixed emotions, probably not one emotion that he's been showing, but there has definitely been remorse. One story that he's given me permission to tell is very soon into this, after the event. The state approached me as his lawyer and asked about the release of Isaac's body. As we heard from his sister, Isaac's body was evidence. That must be a devastating thing that they had to deal with. And Mr. Anderson reached out to me to see if the defense would release the body. And of course, I did my duty. The first thing I did is I went and I spoke with my client, Mr. Miu. And when I made that question, I approached Mr. Miu with that question, he looked at me aghast. He could not believe that that had not already happened. And he broke down emotionally and wept. He just wept. Maybe there was other things that had came in. Maybe this was a time when I first met him, when we were starting to get to know him. Maybe it's a time that this loss that had happened became more real for him. But in that moment, he showed what I think was remorse. They weren't there to see it. And they weren't there to hear about it until today. And if we could redesign this criminal justice system in a way that maybe we could give some of those things to the victims' families beforehand as we're going through this, I think there might be other healing. There might be other things that can go through. I understand and appreciate why they might feel the way that they do. But I can tell you, I've been with him. I've been with him over those 732 days, and he has shown remorse. Is it mixed? Is it complicated? Absolutely. Are there times that he has some other feelings that are all mixed in with this? Yes. But I submit to you that he has shown remorse, and it has become more and more and more so as we have moved through the process. His character, Judge. At the end of the day, we're here to judge him on his actions, right? He's here because of an action. And I think that all of us as human beings, at the end of the day, we have thoughts, we have opinions, we might make comments, and sometimes our words might be considered actions. But at the end of the day, when you add it all up, you're going to judge me, all of us, the world judges us on our actions. And this day, July 30th, that 2 minutes, right? We'll expand the time limit. That's the first time that his actions, I think, become into question. And what in any other context, I'm not trying to belittle what we're doing here. It's serious. If I make an analogy that's poor, I apologize. But in any other context, if we were seeing somebody's performance across a field, whether that be in a sport, whether that be in academics, or whether that be in a profession, if they've demonstrated through factual data points and we measured all of their actions and they had one data point horrible, glaring, big red data point that's at the bottom of the scale, right? If all of our points are measured across the scale, birth to death, and we hopefully develop and grow as we go across time, and our actions improve on our development of moral development in society. If somebody has one data point that's below that line, common sense tells us in every other capacity, in every other field, you don't overcorrect based upon one data point. And that's why I think his character, I get that that's just one part of this, I don't want to say it's equation, one part of this analysis, but that's what common sense tells us in everything else. If you objectively measure it with the PSI did, he is low risk statistically. He didn't ask to take the PSI. He didn't ask to get measured on Compass, but it happened. And one of the things that the Compass came back and told us is he's low risk, which makes sense for somebody who's 54 now. At the time he was 52 and had never been in trouble before. That's low risk. That's what the objective evidence, if you were going to use a process of reasoning or rationale, that's what that shows. I do think, and I don't want to, I appreciate that there's been a guilty verdict. I'm not trying to relitigate matters about what happened on the river. But I think when you think of his character, and later when you think about need to protect the public, or when you think about punishment, all of those aspects, we have to consider the circumstances of the event. That's just the plain reality of this. And the circumstances, the factors, the conditions, the circumstances played an essential role in shaping Mr. Miu's reactions. He didn't put himself in that position. I've definitely heard talk, and I will address it later, about could he have gotten himself out of that position in other ways. I understand that, and I'll address that. But we have to know that he didn't put himself in that position. The state, I think even again, in their acknowledgement, right, one of the things that they were critical of him is they said he should have de-escalated by showing the knife. And I'll get to that. But I think that's also just a common sense acknowledgement that somebody else, other people, the circumstances were being escalated by people other than Mr. Miu. He was in that position. There may have been other things that he could have done to do that, but it's not of his necessarily control, excuse me. So I just, again, we're here to talk about Mr. Miu, and we're here to talk about Mr. Miu's actions or reactions, and you're here to judge those, and you're not here to judge or blame others. I get that, and I appreciate that. But his actions, his reactions did not occur in a vacuum. It did not occur in a vacuum. The second question, moving on from his character to some degree, is, and again, just I sent Your Honor a letter. There was numerous quotes from all of his family and friend. He's got numerous family and friend that are here. And some of them even asked me, could I approach, could we say something on behalf of Nick? And I appreciate why somebody would want to do that. My hope is that Your Honor, through the PSI, through the letters that that I submitted, through the letters that other people wrote and that I submitted, Your Honor gets a picture of who Mr. Miu is. And it's, while calling witnesses might help this process today, I don't think it's going to help Your Honor. And at the end of the day, I think my audience is the court. So what's the next question? The next question is Mr. Miu in need of correctional treatment which can most effectively be provided in confinement? And I think the answer to that clearly is no. There is nothing in the PSI. There's nothing in his character. There's nothing in any of the information that's been submitted to the court that he has any treatment needs. There's been this potential about alcohol. I understand that, right? And one of the things that Mr. Miu wanted me to point out regarding the correction from the PSI regarding substance abuse history, in particular pages 22 through 34. It's probably just easier for me to quote his words. It's not as much a correction as just maybe some things were left out. And his words to me were, I rarely drank any alcohol in college, and when I did, it was beer only, never hard liquor. Rarely drank more than 1 to 2 beers, and rarely until I would get a buzz. I avoided getting a buzz. I did not like beer or any type of alcohol in the beginning at 23 years old. I drank socially only. So that's, again, it's not, I don't think, nobody said that he was intoxicated on that river. The PSI acknowledges that that's not what the evidence was. Was there alcohol involved? Yes. The witnesses that testified, the witnesses that submitted to him, he's not in need of treatment for any substance abuse. There's no other need that he could only get in prison, right? And even if there was, whatever, again, I don't think that there's an alcohol problem, but I think it's undisputed that treatment for alcohol can best be provided in the community. So he doesn't have needs. He's educated, he's employed, he has no record, no past behavior. The treatment, right? I think at some point, if we're talking about sentencing is about modifying our attempts, the court system, the court attempts at modifying another human being's behavior, right? Either through moral education or giving them other tools, other skills so that they are reduced risk. In this situation, if you're talking about the morality, we have to again consider the circumstances of this event. We have to, right? I understand Mr. Anderson does not agree with my analysis of the verdict. There's probably never going to be an answer as to whether or not, to what degree self-defense was considered by the jury, or whether there's been any factual finding that he, in fact, had an actual belief that he was acting in fear. I think the evidence supported that. My conclusion, as I put in the writing, was that the jury determined that his beliefs were unreasonable, and that's why self-defense didn't apply. Your Honor is going to be able to do that in your own context. So I'm not trying to relitigate, but I think that that's important here, because it's our position that he had a sincerely held belief. Mistaken, wrong, unreasonable, but the jury found it to be reckless. This is not an intentional act that needs to be modified. The state, even though they didn't say that, their implication is what he did was something that's intentional. They talk about his smirking. They talk about his doing other things as if this is something that he intended. The jury denied that. They denied that theory. They rejected that theory. This is a reckless act. And I think when we're talking about how do we modify someone's behavior, you're different than if you're modifying a reckless act than if you're modifying an intentional act. This wasn't criminal thinking, right? This was somebody who was in a situation, and again, I appreciate this people might be but overreacted, right? That there was a tool, he used that tool, and he used it to a degree that the jury found to be reckless. But I think that that becomes something that we need to consider, right? There's no treatment modification because he didn't act with malice and forethought. He didn't act with malice and forethought, right? He reacted out of fear. And while that may be criminal, that's something I think that he needs any treatment for. So again, that's all in response to that second question, right? Which really leads us to, I think, the core of this matter. Would probation unduly depreciate the seriousness of the offense? I think the answer is yes. I imagine Your Honor is not surprised that I would say that. But I think we need to think about how that should be issued, right? And I say that there are, what I'm afraid of in this case and in all cases, and in general, when we talk about sentencing and we have to make sure it's not unduly depreciated, is that we have an entire system, right? An entire system of justice. That appreciates the seriousness of crimes. And for, I think, anyone, a PSI writer, an attorney representing the state, the public, the media, for anyone to try to simplify it, to say that the only way in which we can appreciate the seriousness of something is a number in prison, a length of prison sentence. I think that that is disrespectful to the entire criminal justice system. I think that that undermines all the other things that we do in the criminal justice system, because we appreciate, in this part of this whole process is an appreciation of that. And I hope that the public, everybody understands that. There's an arrest. There's incarceration for 732 days, which, as Your Honor knows, that doesn't happen in most cases. Most people are let go on bond. And I'm not critical of the decision to not, but that is obviously an appreciation of the seriousness of the offense. There are numerous court hearings. There is jury selection. We went through the jury selection process in this case through all of those questionnaires, all of those other things to make sure that we get it right. And I appreciate the level of detail that we did, but that is, again, a way in which we appreciate the seriousness of this case, because we don't do that in all of the cases. I know that. We don't. And we should have done it in this case, and we did do it in this case, and we did it because of the seriousness of the case. There's clearly a trial. There's now been a conviction, right? He's now a felon, and he's going to be sent to Wisconsin State Prison System, right? Those are all recognitions of the seriousness of the offense. My complaint might be the wrong word. My criticism, I think, is of sometimes how we do sentencing is that we push all of that aside and try to say, we have to do a number, right? It's like a contest. Whoever can produce this bigger number, that's where we go to. That's not what I think we should be doing in the criminal justice system. It should be measured. It should be thoughtful, right? It should be wise. I don't think it's not an equation, right? It's not just simply math. And while numbers are important, we don't value lives with a number. We don't value character of people by a number. There is no way that we can put into numbers the loss that the Schumann family has articulated. And I get that. I also get the desire to try to do that. But that's not something we can accomplish. We just can't. I wish we could. I really do. As one human being to another, I wish we could. But how, again, I'm not trying to imply how we in this system, we use our words, right? We use our words to explain things as galleon things. And I think it's to explain things in a moral sense. It's too simplistic if we rely upon a number. And it undermines the evaluation and the appreciation of all the other aspects of the criminal justice system if we do that. Again, duly depreciate. Appreciation, I think, is about the future and deterrence, right? There's no science, zero research that any sentence that is given in a case is going to deter others. It's one of the most studied things within the criminal justice system, and general deterrence, there's no evidence that that works. So while I appreciate the desire for that we want to do that, we want to do something here that is going to change the future for the rest of the world. I get that. That's a wonderful desire to have. But the science says that's naive, that's not what's going to happen, because that doesn't happen. And I think it's even more so in a case where we're talking about things of a reckless nature rather than an intentional nature. And here's where I think I need to go back and address some of the thoughts that people have about Mr. Miu, and I understand why they would have those thoughts, and whether it's the state calling him a monster or evil, or whether those other people, right? I don't think that helps anything, and here's why. If we're really trying to craft a sentence that is going to have some influence on people watching, people who read this, people into the public, right? If the court system says he's, and I don't think the court would, I've never heard the court use name, if considers him some sort of monster or evil, it's easy. It's easy for everybody on the camera, everybody who writes this, everybody who reads about it, to other Mr. Miu, to think of him as somebody so different than themselves that this case, this sentence, these actions don't apply to me as a human being. And that's the danger. That actually undermines what Your Honor is trying to do if Your Honor is thinking about the future and whatever happens here has some sort of influence on the public. Mr. Miu is a good man. He was in this situation and he's been convicted of doing a crime. And that doesn't diminish the consequences of his actions. But to talk about it in a way in which we other the person who does that, I think doesn't recognize the reality of all of our vulnerabilities out in this world. All of us in different situations. And all of our also responsibilities to do what we can in different situations to either prevent and or de-escalate violence. This was not something done by a monster. This was something done because of some circumstances that lots of people played a role in. Mr. Miu, at the end of the day, is here to be held accountable for his role in that. And circling somewhat back to just the accountability, right, Judge, and seriousness of the case, as well as remorse. There's, as Your Honor may be familiar with, there's a author in America by the name of Michelle Alexander. She wrote a book about the criminal justice system back in 2010. She's also occasionally writes in the New York Times an opinion, right? And I just want to quote some of an article that she wrote back in 2009. Survivors are right to question incarceration as a strategy for violence reduction. Violence is driven by shame, exposure to violence, isolation, and an inability to meet one's economic needs, all of which are core features of imprisonment. Perhaps most importantly, according to Ms. Sarid, that's a different author that she's quoting, that wrote a book called Until We Reckon. According to Ms. Sarid, quote, nearly everyone who has committed violence first survived it. And studies indicate that experienced violence is the greater predictor of committing it. Caging and isolating a person who's already been damaged by violence is hardly a recipe for positive transformation. She goes on to say, in many ways, when she talks about accountability, and this is where I want to circle back to remorse and Mr. Miu's being, through the system, isolated and not able to have contact necessarily with what we call restorative justice programs while the case is going on. Quote, our criminal injustice system lets people off the hook as they are not obligated to answer the victim's questions, listen to them, honor their pain, express genuine remorse, or do what they can to repair the harm that they've done. They're not required to take those steps to heal themselves or address their own trauma, so they're less likely to harm others in the future. The only thing prison requires is that people stay in their cages and somehow endure the isolation and violence of captivity. Prison deprives everyone concerned, victims and those who have caused harm, as well as impacted families and community, deprives them of the opportunity to heal, honor their own humanity, and break cycles of violence that have destroyed far too many lives. I quote from that, Judge, because while I recognize this is a prison case, the amount of prison is clearly in debate. It's clearly something that Your Honor is going to decide. And how do we break these cycles? And somewhat is a cycle of mindset of somebody gets harmed and they react and respond to that harm. And we're here to judge Mr. Miu for that reaction that he had in this setting that he did not set up. So what do we do as trained professionals who've had 732 days to contemplate what's the right response in a safe setting? I can't imagine a more difficult task. And I know I've heard Your Honor, if not other judges, say that sentencing is the most difficult task. But it's that measured response that I think we are required to give. In talking about the circumstances of the case, Judge, I do want to address just 4 points about the circumstance of the case, right? One of the things, is that's been talked about in the PSI, as well as in statements today, as well as in arguments today, is, walk away. I understand that, and I appreciate that. And I'm not trying to excuse, I'm trying to offer something that Gallion talks about is an ability to explain and articulate to Your Honor, so Your Honor might have a better understanding. And so I think the public can have a better understanding about what it is that created this situation. We know through the video that there was Mr. Miu was walking away when some of the group of football players called him raper. And we know he responded to that. And I appreciate that the state's position is he should not have responded. He should have kept walking away. And I'm not trying to explicitly say disagree with that, but I'm trying to get so Your Honor might understand why a human being might respond to that. I think that those name calling, whether it's raper, whether it's pedophile, those are different than calling somebody a name that's specific to that person, right? That's just about not what they've done, but about their moral character. We've all heard the names, whether they start with an A or a B or a D or whatever it is. We've heard those names that I think lots of human beings have heard and they've walked away. When you're called something that says you have violated society's norms that I think we would all agree, everybody in this courtroom, that it's just, it's horrific, right? To be a raper, to be a pedophile who is preying upon somebody who's vulnerable, to be called that and to walk away might be seen as tacit agreement, right? Tacit agreement into those behaviors. And so I'm not saying everybody would, I'm not saying anybody should, but I can understand why somebody who's pro-social, who believes in community norms, might say, look, you can't call me that. You can't call other people that. You're breaking some norms about what you're saying, and I have to stand up to that to say, that's not okay. Not just the name calling, but that behavior that you accuse me of. It's not about the person, it's about those social norms. And that's something that I think you can't walk away with because you can't really say who cares. Somebody addresses you in that way, I think to walk away is to say who cares. And you know what? I do care. I would hope lots of people care. Lots of people would care if young, vulnerable people, children are sexually assaulted, women are raped. We should care. And a response to that kind of comment, I think, is at its core an expression of caring about that. That's why he turned around. It's not bad character. It wasn't an intent to harm. Then we come to the point where they talk about he should have walked away. And I get it. The 1 minute and 42 seconds into the video, he's standing, he's got the knife in his hand, there's two women in front of him, and there's other people that we can't see. I understand eventually we need to get to that 1 minute and 42 seconds into the video. But prior to that, the uncontested facts are he walks away twice. He did walk away. He walked away down the river to away from the group of football players that were tubing. And then he walked across the river to go over and talk to the other group of adults. He did walk away twice. Appreciate that the state's position is he should have walked away a third time. I understand that. But to say he didn't walk away, I think is inaccurate. And I think the record needs to show Mr. Miu always deserves to be sentenced upon an accurate record. He, in that situation, when he walked to the second time, as we've all seen in the video, he used his words. And it was shut down, and from then on, everybody has said he didn't use his words. That's what the state said. That's what some of the people who spoke today is he didn't use his words. I understand and appreciate that. As somebody who makes their living using my words, I appreciate the value in words. As somebody who listens to courts use words to solve problems, I appreciate the value in words. That's what he could be judged on, because he didn't use words. Why didn't he? We don't know. I think he said he was overwhelmed. He was afraid. He didn't know what to say. Could it be part of the language barrier? Could it have been other things? I don't know. But I think we need to put a pin in that. Use your words. What did he do then? Does the state say at the 1 minute and 42 second, he had a tool with him? We know he had a tool. It was a knife. And he opened up that tool and had it in his hand at 1:42. As the state said, he should have de-escalated it by showing the knife. I think that's worth mentioning because I think it's a tacit agreement, at least from a moral standpoint, if not just a legal standpoint and a factual standpoint, a moral standpoint, that circumstance was perhaps worthy of a person showing a weapon. He didn't, but I think that's to understand the circumstances. I think that's essentially even if we disagree with it, we might understand why somebody in that position would take out their tool, right? He had a tool, and at the end of the day, he had a tool that nobody else had. He had a tool that nobody else had, and the manner in which he used that tool is why he's here. And I think the state's position is he used that tool harshly, right? But, and I think this is the last point on the circumstances of this, but it's an undisputed fact. And he deserves to be sentenced on accurate facts. He did not use that tool until violence had been done to him. Should he have used the tool? The jury said no, right? But I think in judging his actions and judging his character, that is something that I think is you have to consider. He did not use that until it was used upon him. The appreciation obviously goes towards the PSI as well, right? The appreciation of the wrongfulness. And I say that because, as Your Honor knows, I'm not telling you anything, that there's an executive branch. The executive branch is represented by the district attorney's office, represented today by Mr. Anderson and Mr. Smeestad. Mr. Anderson spoke. That's the executive branch. As often happens in a judicial setting, the judge, as you did here, asks other parties of the executive branch to make a report. In this case, it was the Department of Corrections. They made out a report. One of my position, what I submit to Your Honor is there's a reason we put judges in charge of this and not the executive branch. Do not, I would submit to you, I would encourage you, try to persuade you, don't abdicate your authority to the executive branch. Don't abdicate your authority to a non-lawyer who doesn't have the same duties that a judge does. We all know judges have different duties. Galleon spells them out. There's all kinds of other things that I know I couldn't even list about the duties that a judge has that are different than a DOC agent, right? They're not bound by the law. They're not bound by Galleon. They're not bound by a process of reasoning. They're not bound by a logical rationale. And I say that because I'm going to submit here as an exhibit
Yes, we'll have it marked as exhibit number 1 in a moment.
Probably 2. I think the state had exhibit number 1.
2?
Thank you.
Exhibit 2.
Your Honor probably knows, I hope, if not, for everybody to know, is the Department of Corrections has what we call a grid, right? They have sentencing recommendations for what should be recommended in the PSI for different cases. And it's a 9-box grid. You know, on the left is whether somebody's low risk, medium risk, or high risk. And across the top is whether the matter is mitigated, neutral, or aggravated. You know, I'm going to use the term guidelines. They're not legal guidelines, all right? But it's certainly something that the DOC has. There's no mention of this anywhere within the PSI. Zero mention of this anywhere within the PSI. Nor is there any number on this grid that is consistent with the numbers that were submitted by the PSI. For lack of a better term, they went off the grid. Absolutely went off the grid. In the recommendations to the Department of Corrections as to how to use that grid, right? There's different things about assessing the severity of offenses and whether or not something can be mitigated, neutral, or aggravated. And all of the guidelines talk about how if they're going to claim something is aggravated, they need to list the reasons why. Not quite as strong as Galleon to talk about a process of reasoning, or a rational, logical basis, but it does talk about that. And the Department of Corrections in no way justifies how they got to aggravated, if they did. I submit to you that this is mitigated. It's mitigated because it's reckless. It's mitigated because of the circumstances surrounding this that were not all of Mr. Miu's doing. And if you look at that box, if you look at the box where it says it's mitigated and it's lower risk, as Your Honor said, that's a blue box. And the blue box says no presumption of prison or probation. It's based on the circumstances. The number inside that box says 1 to 2 years. Very different numbers than what the PSI recommended, very different numbers than what the state recommended. But that's a process of reasoning. That's a rational, logical way to get to something. They, by they, I mean the Department of Corrections, didn't follow their own rules and didn't explain it. The interesting thing for me in Galleon, when it talks about it needs to be an explainable sentence, it needs to be an explainable sentence. You need to be able to articulate it. And I don't know if this is my common experience with that, judges. I've been at times, despite perhaps my verbosity today and in other times, I can't always explain things. There's been times when I've had a conversation with my wife, who's, as you know, smarter than me, wiser than me, more thoughtful than me in so many ways. And we're talking about something and she'll be like, well, articulate the reasons why. Explain it to me. She'll even set me up sometimes where she'll give me time. And I can't. I can't. Whether it's dealing with our children, whether it's something else in the household, and she'll come back and be like, yeah, you can't because that's an intuition, because that's an emotion, and appreciate all of that. But at the end of the day, that's not how we, I think as human beings, if we're mature and developed, should be making decisions. And it's clearly not what Galleon says we should be doing. We need to be able to articulate it and explain it. And if you can't articulate it, if you can't explain it, that essentially means it's because it's not rational, it's not following a process of reasoning. And I say that because all too often, and I can't recall, I don't mean to project onto Your Honor if I've heard it from Your Honor, but all too often I've heard that there needs to be punishment. And I appreciate that. I appreciate the value of punishment, but punishment is not an objective in and of itself. Punishment on its own is not worthy. We don't want anyone in the world to punish other people without some sort of future objective. Punishment is a tool. It's a tool that we use to shape the future. But punishment can't justify itself. And so when I've been in court, no disrespect to Your Honor, I don't think I've heard it from Your Honor, but when I've been in court and I've heard judges say, well, there just needs to be punishment. That is contrary to Gallion. That is something that they can't explain. That is something that they can't articulate. Punishment in and of itself is not an end. Punishment is a means. And we know prison is punishment, right? We absolutely know that prison is punishment. That punishment, like I said, is not an objective. Punishment, if it's given, has to have a purpose. And because of the circumstances in this case, whatever that purpose is, I think it cannot, should not be vengeance. As I wrap up here, Judge, some of the things I want to tell you just are, we don't have the death penalty in the state of Wisconsin. But there are death penalty cases across the United States of America, in America. And in those death penalty cases, in general, we ask the jury to do a duty, right? And what the jury is used, the jury's duty in that sense is to give, quote, a reasoned moral response to the evidence about the offense and the offender. A reasoned moral response. A reasoned moral response is not vengeance. Apologize. So circling back to do not, I would encourage Your Honor, don't abdicate your authority to the executive branch. The executive branch and the judicial branch are very different. In many ways, maybe this is an oversimplification, but when I think of the executive branch, I think they speak about, that's who we are. This is my community. I live in St. Croix County. I've lived here for 28 years. And this is my government. And Mr. Anderson speaks for my government. He speaks for who we are in this moment. I get that. I might disagree with him, but it's different for the judge. I think judges in the judicial branch, right? Judges speak about who we ought to be. Not who we are, but to speak to everybody here about who we ought to be, right? There's a quote, if you will indulge me, that I have hanging in my office, painted on a wall. It's something that my wife gave to me. We have it in our home. Right? It's a quote from a German philosopher from, I think, the 17th century, Goethe. I have come to the frightening conclusion that I am the decisive element. It is my personal approach that creates the climate. It is my daily mood that makes the weather. I possess tremendous power to make life miserable or joyous. I can be a tool of torture or an instrument of inspiration. I can humiliate or humor, hurt or heal. In all situations, it is my response that decides whether a crisis is escalated or de-escalated, and a person is humanized or dehumanized. If we treat people as they are, we make them worse. If we treat people as they ought to be, we help them to become what they are capable of becoming. Now that's incredibly profound quote, and I hope all of us at some point attempt to do that. We can't follow through all the time. That's an incredibly difficult task, especially here today, I no doubt, Judge. But when we think of the judicial branch, we, not just Your Honor, the position, right? This is me as somebody who's been a participant, who went to law, who thinks of the law, the duty of the law. Judges, the judicial branch. We don't just want people who are smart. We want people with wisdom. We don't just want people who are thoughtful. I think we think of the judicial branch as someplace where there is measured. Not just analytical, but an understanding. Right? And I've seen Your Honor. Your Honor has shown wisdom, shown measured responses, shown understanding of other human beings. And I appreciate that today it's a incredibly difficult task that Your Honor has. But let me end with this. Your Honor is the only one here with a tool that nobody else has. Your Honor has the power to send another human being to be in a cage, to be in prison. We ask that whatever Your Honor decides today, that you are measured, you use your wisdom, that you are understanding, and that you perhaps craft a sentence that gives the community what they want, but also here under Galleon allows Mr. Miu the opportunity to get back out and live some period of his life, some time in which he can perhaps do some of the things of accountability that we talk about that I think are going to be more meaningful than a number. So in the end, Judge, I appreciate that you have the tool of prison. Please use your words, not the tool.
Mr. Miu, this is your opportunity to make a statement, or if you wish, to offer any reason why I should not impose a sentence today. Would you like to make a statement?
Judge, he's written out a statement to me. I had it in hand. I printed it just for easier. I think he wants to read it, and then I'll submit it to the court, so it's just a part of the record.
Certainly. Mr. Miu.
Do you want to stand? Okay.
Yeah.
Read it to the court.
All right. Dear parents, family, and friends of Isaac, I would like to start by letting you know how deeply sorrowed I have been. I am, and I will always be, for the real fact that Isaac is not with you anymore, and that I was directly involved in his very tragic and unimaginable death at such an early age. I never meant for this tragedy to occur. My soul is broken. My heart is very heavy. And I will never be the same carrying such a heavy burden and sorrow. I pray to God for forgiveness, compassion, and love for everyone affected directly and indirectly by the outcome of this tragic event. I'm hoping that you appreciate how much I'm sorry for the outcome of those events. I'm very sorry.
So we'll have that marked as Exhibit 3, Judge.
That'll be received into the record.
That's all then from the defense, Judge.
Mr. Miu appears today in court for sentencing. Count 1 is first-degree reckless homicide, which is a Class B felony. With the dangerous weapon enhancer, the maximum possible penalty is 45 years of incarceration, initial confinement, and 20 years of extended supervision. On counts 2 through 5, Mr. Miu appears for sentencing on first-degree reckless endangerment, Class F felonies with the dangerous weapon enhancer. The maximum possible penalties are 12.5 years initial confinement and 5 years of extended supervision. Last, count 6 is battery. That is a misdemeanor. With the dangerous weapon enhancer, he faces a maximum possible sentence of 15 months. In preparation for today's sentencing, I reviewed a number of materials. First, I reviewed the pre-sentence investigation report prepared by the Department of Corrections. It's a 43-page report that provided me with information that I knew and information that I did not know about Mr. Miu, about his victims, families, about Mr. Miu's background, about all aspects of this case, many of which were talked about today. That PSI report also included a sentencing recommendation. I also reviewed Mr. Nelson's sentencing memorandum. It too was very helpful. It provided more information about Mr. Miu and his background, and I valued that information. Mr. Nelson submitted numerous letters from Mr. Miu's personal friends and coworkers. I read all of those. I also read the relevant portions of the file, including the complaint, the jury instructions, and the verdict. In a moment, I will pronounce a sentence that I believe is just and fair. When deciding on a sentence, I must consider the gravity of the offense, including the effect on the victims. I must consider Mr. Miu's character and his rehabilitative needs. I must consider the need to protect the public. The sentence must be based on the facts of the case and the law, not personal considerations, passions, or prejudices. But judges in Wisconsin have a great deal of discretion when imposing a sentence. Unlike many jurisdictions, we do not have sentencing guidelines or grids to follow. I want all of you to know that I have given this case a great deal of thought. I take my responsibility seriously. There is nothing more difficult or more solemn than imposing a sentence on another human being. As far as the gravity of the offense, the jury has spoken. Any efforts to relitigate this case are simply without merit. I firmly believe that the American criminal justice system is the best ever devised. It's not perfect, but I cannot think of a system of justice that is better at finding the truth while preserving the rights of the accused. In this case, 12 jurors reached a unanimous verdict. These 12 jurors were selected from a panel of more than 150 people. I, along with the attorneys for both sides, chose these jurors because they could be fair and impartial. The jurors came from all corners of our great county. They came from all walks of life. They were men, they were women, they were young, they were old. They listened to 8 days of intense trial testimony. They examined dozens of exhibits. They deliberated for 8 hours. In the end, they reached a unanimous verdict and found beyond a reasonable doubt that Mr. Miu was guilty of reckless homicide, reckless endangerment, and battery. Now, there are 2 key takeaways from this jury's verdict that I want to mention. First, the jury rejected the state's claim that Mr. Miu intended to kill Isaac Schumann or the surviving stabbing victims. In other words, the jury rejected the most serious crimes that would have sent Mr. Miu to prison for the rest of his life. Second, the jury rejected Mr. Miu's claims of self-defense. That means Mr. Miu did not reasonably believe that he was preventing or terminating an unlawful interference with his person, or he did not reasonably believe the force used was necessary to prevent imminent death or great bodily harm to himself. This jury found Mr. Miu guilty of reckless homicide and 4 counts of reckless endangerment. These crimes are serious. They mean that Mr. Miu did not think about the consequences of his behavior and that he showed utter disregard for life when he stabbed 5 people. For that, he will be held accountable, but the court sentence must reflect the reality that it was reckless conduct that the jury found him guilty of, not intentional conduct, which is punishable much more harshly. In weighing the gravity of the offense, I consider the impact these crimes have had on the victims. The battery to Madison Cohen was unjustified. While she did not suffer any permanent physical injuries, she has mentally suffered over this entire ordeal. She described to the PSI author the toll this case has taken and continues to take on her. This offense has devastated Isaac Schumann's parents and stepfather. No parent should have to endure the loss of a child. They have had to cope with the senseless death of a loved one while enduring the weight of the criminal justice system that can be slow, confusing, and sometimes frustrating to victims. To you and to your family, there are probably no words that I can say today that will alleviate your grief. But I would be remiss for not expressing my sincere condolences to all of you. I am sorry for your loss and what you've had to endure. Although it must have been difficult, I appreciate each of you speaking today and sharing a glimpse into Isaac's life and who he was. It sounds like he was a wonderful person, bright young man who had an unlimited future. And for that, we in this community have lost. A.J. Martin and Riley Madison would have died on that riverbank had it not been for the swift action of law enforcement and EMTs and other tubers who helped to treat their wounds and stabilize their condition. They had long hospital stays, but they were very fortunate to receive high-quality medical treatment that restored their health. But we heard from them about the toll this matter has taken on their health, their mental psyche, and their prospects for the future. Anthony Carlson and Dante Carlson's wounds were less severe, but the risk to life was still present, obviously because the knife was directed into their torso near vital organs. But they fortunately have survived. Each of these surviving stabbing victims suffered permanent physical disfigurement. That can't be overlooked. And we've heard from A.J. Martin and just about how that disfigurement can affect one's life. In assessing Mr. Miu's character, I must consider his conduct on July 30. Mr. Miu's crimes were the product of circumstance, not intent. Mr. Miu was not looking to cause trouble or hurt anyone, but he made a series of very poor decisions. When confronted with words and boorish taunts and insults, Mr. Miu drew a knife and he struck Madison Cohen. That quickly culminated in senseless, lethal violence. He left the scene, leaving his victims to die, while casually floating past them and emergency workers as if nothing had happened. He nearly reached his car. He nearly escaped the jurisdiction before law enforcement arrested him. These are terrible acts that form an indelible stain on his character. There is more to Mr. Miu than his worst acts. I can tell Mr. Miu has taken this case very seriously. He has been appropriate and respectful in his demeanor in court. I sense that he carries a heavy burden too. I imagine he is disheartened at the prospect of prison and the uncertainty of his future. But I also sense that Mr. Miu feels genuine sadness and remorse for what happened to his victims. I agree with the comments earlier that our criminal justice system is not designed in a way to allow people to apologize or to alleviate grief or to show respect to victims until a day like today at sentencing. That is unfortunate, but I heard Mr. Miu's words, both today and before, and I think he is sorry. Other than his conduct on July 30, Mr. Miu appears to be a quiet, nonviolent, peaceful man. He's never been in trouble before. He is loved by his family and friends. He's generous with his time. He helps others who are less fortunate or who are in need. Mr. Miu is respected in his community. Several of his personal friends and coworkers submitted letters that describe his character. Those letters were not shared in court today, but some of the most common words they use to describe Mr. Miu are kind, compassionate, friendly, loyal, respectful, and honest. Mr. Miu had to overcome great obstacles in life to achieve his place. He and his family suffered at the brutal hands of the communist regime in Romania. When he was a teenager, he and his family fled. They found asylum in the United States. Here, he adjusted to a new country, new language, new culture. He got good grades in high school. He went on to college in South Dakota. He became an engineer. He worked hard. He had a successful career. I read somewhere in my materials that the proudest moment in Mr. Miu's life was becoming an American citizen. Mr. Miu has no rehabilitative needs. That means he doesn't need rehabilitation. He has no past criminal history. He does not associate with criminals. He has never used illegal drugs. He is not an alcoholic. He has not been diagnosed with a mental health condition, although there is evidence that he's experienced PTSD from July 30 while in the jail. Mr. Miu is educated. He has vocational skills. He has life skills. He's financially secure. He has a stable home. He has positive social supports. He knows the difference between right and wrong. He doesn't need rehabilitation. I mention all of these things to acknowledge that there is a lot more to Mr. Miu than what he did on July 30. I mention these things to recognize that a fair and just sentence takes into account the complete person, not just his worst acts at his lowest moment. Despite the seriousness of Mr. Miu's crimes, the evidence does not show that he poses an imminent risk to the public. Mr. Miu underwent a compass assessment, which is an actuarial tool that measures a person's risk of committing future crimes. Not surprisingly, Mr. Miu scored low risk. He's not a career criminal. He's not a violent predator. Although Mr. Miu may not pose an imminent risk to the public does have a strong interest in holding people accountable who breach the social compact and commit crimes. It's the concept of punishment. Punishment is a sentencing objective. When a person commits a serious crime, that person forfeits rights enjoyed by the law-abiding community. The most restrictive punishments are reserved for those who commit the most serious crimes. The punishment exacts a toll on the offender because of the harm the offender caused to the victim and the community. Taking life and endangering the lives of others are two crimes that warrant significant punishment. Punishment for what Mr. Miu did, but also punishment that recognizes who he is and the circumstances of his crimes. Here, that punishment will involve the loss of liberty, because anything else would depreciate the seriousness of his crimes. So at this time, I will impose the following sentence on Mr. Miu. For count 1, I will impose a term of initial confinement of 20 years, followed by 6 years of extended supervision. For count 2, involving Anthony Carlson, 5 years initial confinement, followed by 5 years of extended supervision. Count 3, involving Dante Carlson, 5 years of initial confinement, followed by 5 years of extended supervision. Count 4, Alexander Martin, 6 years of initial confinement, followed by 5 years of extended supervision. Count 5, Riley Madison, 5 years initial confinement, followed by 5 years of extended supervision. Count 6, Madison Cohen, 270 days of jail. Mr. Miu is not eligible for challenge incarceration program or the earned release program due to his age and the nature of these offenses. The sentences on all 6 counts will run concurrent. I am imposing a concurrent sentence because Mr. Miu's conduct toward each of his victims was part of a single continuous act over a short period of time. The periods of confinement take into consideration Mr. Miu's entire behavior, not just the behavior directed at any one particular individual. The conditions of extended supervision will include the following: maintain absolute sobriety, no possession of drugs or alcohol. You shall not enter any establishment where the primary purpose is the sale of alcohol. This will include places like bars, taverns, liquor stores, beer tents, and the like. You must complete an AODA assessment. You must comply with all recommendations of the Compass Assessment and the Department of Corrections. You must pay court costs and DNA surcharge on each count. He must submit a DNA sample. He may not have any contact with Isaac Schumann's family, including Elena and Donnie Hernandez and Scott Schumann. He may not have contact with Alexander Martin, Riley Madison, Anthony Carlson, Dante Carlson, or Madison Cohen. He is responsible for restitution. The state must submit its restitution demand within 30 days. The defense may have 30 days thereafter to object. If there is an objection, the matter will be scheduled for a restitution hearing. Because Mr. Miu is convicted of serious felonies, he may not possess firearms, he may not possess body armor. He may not vote or hold public office until his civil rights are restored. If he were to do any of those things contrary to law, he would subject himself to additional criminal penalties. If he violates the no contact orders, he may also subject himself to additional criminal penalties. Does the state agree on the credit calculation, 732 days?
Yes.
All right, 732 days credit. Mr. Miu is remanded to the custody of the sheriff for delivery to the Dodge Reception Center. Is there anything else for today, Mr. Anderson?
No.
Mr. Nelson?
No, Judge.
All right. Thank you all. We stand adjourned.
Okay. Okay, people. So 20 years concurrent. Normally it's 85% of it, which is 17 years, and he's already served 2, so he's gonna serve likely 15 years. So he will be 69. He'll be 69 when he goes when he's released from prison, essentially. So yeah. So he's 69. Hopefully he's got a few years after 69 to live, you know. He can't go into work programs. He can't do any of that. So 85% is the maximum allowed to come out. So he'd probably get out after 85% of the sentence for good behavior. Normally in the court system, there's credits that you can have to reduce sentences for work credit if you go on courses. But the judge said he was not eligible for any of that because of his age. So yeah. So just to recap, 20 years. He's already served 2. It's 15 years left. I don't know if that is a case in Wisconsin. I don't know. I'm just going with the standards of states of 85%. Mighty Meat, you might know differently. If it could be less than 85% in Wisconsin, I don't know. But the general rule is they have to serve 85%. But there are obviously things that, yeah, basically that's a maximum. He's got another 15 years to go maximum. It could be reduced, as Mighty Meat says. 20 years too much. Will you get an appeal? You can appeal. 50 years, can you do math? Aaron, no need to be rude, right? But yeah, I can do math. It's 20 years, yeah? He has to serve 85% of it, which is 17 years. He's already served 2 years, which means there's 15 years left. So maybe you do some math. If he can take care of himself, he has something to look forward to. Yeah, there's that as well. And hopefully Wisconsin is less than 85%. Hopefully it's a case of, like Mighty B said, there's a rule to bring it back down again. Because some states, it's less than that. I think the total was 46, but ignore the total. The total means nothing, Steph. It's just the important bit is the 20 years because it's all concurrent. They're negated. They're negated. It's 20 years max. Which is why you work it, because they're all concurrent. They all run at the same time. Yeah, well, you know, no need to be an arsehole, do you know what I mean? You know, I'm trying to explain it nice, do you know what I mean? If people want to listen, but, you know, I've only had like 2-3 hours sleep tonight, so, after last night, so I can't be arsed with arseholes. You got it, yeah. Just trying to explain it to people just because they might not be used to court procedures, and I do not 100% know if it's, oh, there you go. Serve 75%, so that changes things again. Thank you, Mighty. I didn't know it's 85% normally, so 75%. So that obviously make it 50. So he's going to have to serve another 13 years. 13 years he's got left to because it's 15 is 75%. He's already served 2 years, so he's got 13 years. So he'll be 67. 67. So, thank you, Mikey. I didn't know it was 75% in Wisconsin. I just went rule of thumb 85%. But yeah, Mikey's got that. 13 years to go. That's not, as bad. Thank you, Amanda. They're all concurrent, yeah. So it's only the 20 you need to listen to. They're all concurrent. We like spicy land. Thank you, Lou. Just sometimes. I'm a patient guy, but sometimes, there's rudeness. Bev is something else. Right, don't say what the sentence is. I am going to go to that one now. We're going to watch it live. It's not live from the start, Bev. I'm going to do that now. That's a bit better. 13 years is fine. Yeah, it'll be 13 years. I think he could get out soon, though, especially if he behaves and make. It depends on the rules. Normally, they don't. If he had work credit and course credit, he would come out a lot sooner because he'll be deducted, but he's not entitled to that. They said so. It could be a lot worse. Eligible after as little as 25% served. Mr. I don't know that. I don't. Yeah, fine. I just don't know. That's not normally the case. But again, every state's different. Yeah, I agree. Sing it. How old is he? He's 54 now. Pretty good, isn't it? Yeah, he was looking at 97 years max. I'm not sure if he's going to the prison or if he's going to another establishment. They didn't name the prison. They said he's going to an establishment. And I don't know what that is. Is it more like medical or for disabled people or something like that? It didn't sound like he's going to an actual prison. It's like another facility. It probably is like a low tier facility, I would imagine. Hey, MJ, boom. How you doing, MJ? There you go. Anyone who is sentenced to jail time has a right to good time. Good time allows inmates to have 25% of the sentence taken off. Here they go. There we are. So that's where the 25% came off. There we go. No worries, Steph. It's all good. I think they may feel better now that all of this over. He had a quadruple bypass. No worries. Hey, fella, how you doing? Right, let's listen to this again because they said it wasn't an institution he's going to.
Orders, he may also subject himself to additional criminal penalties. Does the state agree on the credit calculation, 732 days?
Yes.
All right, 732 days credit. Mr. Miu is remanded to the custody of the sheriff for delivery to the Dodge Reception Center. Is there anything else for today, Mr. Anderson?
No.
Mr. Nelson?
No, Judge.
All right. Thank you all. We stand adjourned.
Let's have a look. Dodge. Oh, no, it's a correctional institution. Fine. Yeah, no, I will apologize. I thought it was something else. It's not. It is an institution. It's a maximum class institution. So yeah, actually, I thought he might be in like a facility, different one, but no, he's at the maximum thing. So my bad. I thought differently. But there you go. There you go. So 13 years to go. He's got 13 years to go. Right, let's get the other one up then for you guys. This is a Chesney one, the Chesney trial sentencing with Judge Bev. I'm going to play at the start because I want to see who was in the audience. Share screen. I don't think I need to play it right to the start. It seems there's a lot of police there. Right, hang on, let me skip it. Concurrently. So he's got 13 years to go. Jeepers, right, look at this. Look how many... Hang on, let me get this. Oh my God. So the police are coming out today. Some of them there. I'm sure there'll be some in the audience as well. Yeah, we don't see that in Karen's trial, MJ. You're right. This is the Chesney trial. Hey, bye, Erin. See you, Erin, my darling. I never watched this, so I don't know. I'm only watching it because of Aunt Bev, obviously. But the guy's called Emmanuel Lopes, and I believe it's to do with the Chesney trial, who was a sergeant with a mate. Well, it says here Weymouth police sergeant who was an innocent bystander. So here we go. Let's listen to her then, and Bev. Hang on, let's fast forward it then. They've done another trial at Lady Di. Oh, hang on. Let's watch the bitch get in. Hang on, just having problems here, technical problems. Why am I? Because the thing screen's still going, but it's frozen. Hang on. Do you know what I mean? Breaking news is still going, but the screen's frozen. Is it? Is it today? Okay, that it must have crashed. Oh, was I muted? Motherfucker. Wicked Sight explained it. Here you go. He hit a police officer in the head with a something with a rock, took his weapon, killed the officer and Vera Adams, who witnessed it from a porch. So he killed 2 people. There you go. Thank you, Wicked Sight. Yeah, I know. I just got it then, muted. So I was just saying, I'm not sure if I muted myself before that, but yeah. Oh, fuck. Let's fast forward this then. Why am I? In lots of states, it's 85% you have to serve for good behaviour. But thanks to Mighty Meat, 25%. I don't know if there's death penalty or not, Mighty. I don't know. Your desire, Erin hack. Ole, ole, ole. Here we go. Right, what's going on here? Oh, Bev would probably send everyone out. So hang on. Ah, it's in August. Okay.
So before we begin, I understand that this morning will be very emotional for everybody in this courtroom. I just want to remind everyone that there can be no outbursts of any kind during these proceedings today. All right, thank you. With that, Mr. Connor.
Thank you, Your Honor. The Commonwealth will move for sentencing. In its sentencing argument, Your Honor, the Commonwealth has a series of victims who would like to address the court giving impact statements. And with the court's permission, the first victim that would like to.
Is it low? Thank you, Angelina. Thank you, darling. Hang on, let me just try and fix it for you if it's low. I'll try and fix it. 2 seconds, Gary. I can boost it, you see. Right, this is the best a man can get. Hang on then. Bear with me. I got it here now for you people. This might be allowed, so maybe watch your ears, people. Watch your ears just in case. Gary, this is just for you. Just for you, Gary.
And Mr. Connor, you've explained to each person that they are to address their comments to me.
Yes.
And that their comments are to be centered on how these crimes have affected them and the recommendation that they have to the court.
Yes, Your Honor. I have had the opportunity to do that with each witness with each victim, and with 2 victims in particular, I was able to go over their statements with them during the break and make sure that they were appropriate as to me.
I appreciate that. Thank you.
So with that, Your Honor, the Commonwealth will call Officer Nicholas Marie.
No. Your Honor, July 15, 2018 is a day that will forever be burned into my memory. It was a day that ruined the lives of countless people. A wife lost a husband, 2 children lost their dad, parents lost a son, and a brother lost a brother. And the Weymouth police lost a brother in blue that day. It was a day that altered the future for so many, myself included. The people we were on July 14th were forever lost. As a police officer, we take an oath to serve and protect. We put the uniform on every day to accept the fact that we may not come home at the end of our shift. We kiss our loved ones before we leave, and we always promise that we will come home safe to them. Although we accept these risks, we never think that it will happen to us. The morning of July 15, 2018, I never thought what I was about to witness would ever happen in a quiet Weymouth neighborhood. There isn't a day that goes by that I don't think of what I witnessed on the morning of July 15, 2018. The image of the defendant standing over Mike shooting him repeatedly is forever ingrained in my mind, and the flashbacks I experience daily of this is something that no one should ever have to endure. These horrific memories have consumed me and continue to haunt my dreams even 6 years later. I have forever been changed as a husband, a father, and as a friend. My career as a police officer came to an end that morning, and I never even noticed it. All of this happened because of the defendant's violent and selfless actions. I have personally never been able to get past what occurred that morning, and I ask myself every day what I could have done differently to alter the outcome of the events that day. There isn't a day that goes by that I don't feel guilty about arriving there a moment sooner. It makes me sick knowing that years ago I invested time and effort to helping out the defendant when I could, giving him rides and being a friendly face to play basketball within our old neighborhood. I ask myself, what if I got there a moment sooner? Would a familiar face have stopped him from committing this heinous act of violence? I guess in the back of my mind, I never thought he was capable of that. I hope he lives the rest of his life in pain, knowing that he took the life of a police officer who was simply doing his job, and the life of an innocent elderly woman who was frightened by the sound of gunfire in her quiet little neighborhood on a Sunday morning. While I know I'm beyond fortunate to be here physically, I know that part of me died on Burton Terrace that morning because of the defendant. The hatred I will have forever for him is immeasurable. I want to thank the jury for all coming together and giving everyone the verdict that was deserved. Your Honor, I ask you to impose a sentence that ensures he spends the rest of his life in prison. The violence he committed on July 15, 2018 warrants that he lives out the rest of his life behind us. Thank you.
On July 15th, 2018, at around 6:30 in the morning, I was texting with Mike Chesna about a call that we had been together earlier in that shift. Little did I know that that would be the last time that I would speak to him. What I really didn't know was that an hour from that very moment, we would run into a man that would change our lives forever. I remember hearing the call come in over the radio that an accident had occurred on Main Street, and then the operator fleeing the scene on foot. I was assigned to the opposite side of town and wasn't dispatched or even supposed to be involved in the incident at all. Something in my gut told me that I should start towards the area and help out with the search. I relived that moment. I turned onto Tower Terrace and saw Sergeant Chesna's cruiser further down the hill at the bottom of the street. Thinking this was just an ordinary fleeing suspect, I thought about having some fun with Mike and driving up right behind him. I thought better of it at the time, but now not a day goes by that I don't replay that in my head, wishing I made a different decision and was right behind Sergeant Chesna when he found the suspect on Burton Terrace. I know in my heart that if we had encountered the suspect together, that things would be different. Either we wouldn't be sitting here at all, or Mike would be sitting next to me under much different circumstances. Instead, I came around the corner a few seconds too late to find him standing over Mike and shooting him in the face. I can't drive a car to this day without seeing that image. Flood my brain and see it over and over again. I wish every day that when I shot through the windshield that the bullet hit him in the head rather than the knee, so Mike's family wouldn't have to endure the hell of the last 6 years. After that, he went on to shoot a defenseless woman who just happened to be looking out the window to see what was going on in a quiet little neighborhood. In my 18 years of experience as a police officer, I firmly believe that he was waiting to ambush us as we searched for him. Instead, Vera died protecting us. That's another fact that I struggle with every day. Knowing Vera took a bullet meant for one of us that morning. Only when he figured out that he had no more bullets did he decide to come out into the open and give himself up. I wish that when he came around the corner with Mike's gun raised above his head, that he had pointed at us so that we could have delivered the 15 rounds of justice that he deserved that day. I also have to live with knowing that for a split second I thought about shooting him anyway. But I didn't, and that's what separates me, Nick, Kevin, and every other honest police officer in this country from the likes of him. I know that we were the lucky ones to walk away from that horrific scene that day, but I can speak for all of us that a little piece of us died right there with Mike. I haven't been the same person since, and I know that I will never be the guy from July 14th, 2018. I'm happy that the jury did not buy the insanity defense, and they did the right thing by convicting him. Hopefully he will spend whatever is left of his miserable life in jail, and he'll never see the outside again. Thank you.
Your Honor, I have been asked by Ms. Adams' family, particularly Ms. Jennifer Terry, to read a statement to the court. To the Honorable Beverly Cannoni, Vera Adams was a wife, sister-in-law, an aunt, and a great friend. She loved meeting up for coffee or tea with friends and family to catch up and throw around new renovation ideas and that she had been thinking about. You could always walk into her home and she would have a warm smile on her face and love the time that you took to visit with her. Losing a family member in a high-profile case is difficult in and of itself, but having to relive the case over and over again has been gut-wrenching. Our family has a sense of relief knowing this matter will soon be over. Your Honor, as family, we are hoping the sentence that you provide today will never allow Emmanuel Lopes to be on the streets again and allow this kind of heartache to happen in the future to another family. Signed, Jennifer Terry. Also from Ms. Adams' family, Your Honor, is Ryan Punteri, who would seek to address the court.
Okay, thank you.
We know for certain that we never lose the people we love, even to death. They continue to participate in every act, thought, and decision we make. Their love leaves an indelible imprint in our memories. We find comfort in knowing that our lives have been enriched by having shared their love. Vera Adams had the essence of beauty, grace, and class. She had a smile that lit up the room upon entering. With the driest sense of humor and an infectious laugh, we will always remember her generosity, thoughtfulness, and kind demeanor. From her days of competitive roller skating, her love for hosting large family gatherings, and traveling to some of the finest places in the world, Vera lived her life to the fullest. We should all look in our hearts to be the kind of person Vera Adams was, remembered by loved ones as V, and will never be forgotten.
Your Honor, the Commonwealth will then now ask Michael Chesna's mother, Marianne Chesna, to address the court.
Does she want anyone with her, Mr. Connor?
I believe that her husband, Charles, will join her.
Sorry, good morning. Your Honor, 2000
207 days ago, this nightmare began. Today I stand before you as a grieving mother. For 6 years I have lived with the unimaginable, painful hole in my heart. Every day I wake up and my son Michael is still gone. His murder has consumed my heart, my feelings, my breathing. Michael was taken from us in a deliberate act of violence that shattered countless lives. We lost a son, a brother, a father, a husband, a decorated Army veteran, and a police officer who sacrificed his life serving our community. I will try to describe the impact of this loss, though I'm not sure any of us can understand the full extent of such a powerful trauma. From a young age, Michael held an unyielding commitment to serving his community as a police officer. It was his life's purpose, and he never gave up on following his passion. The average age for someone to join the Army is 19. Michael signed up when he was 30 to increase his chances of becoming a police officer. The next year, he went overseas for the first time. Michael survived dangerous tours in Iraq and Afghanistan. He received a Purple Heart for being wounded by an IED, only to be killed a few miles from his home. On a beautiful Sunday morning, like his Army uniform, the uniform Michael wore as a Weymouth police officer carried with it the weight of huge responsibility. It also served as a symbol of hope, security for all of our community that he swore to protect. My son died in a senseless act of violence that left an immeasurable void in our family. His wife Cindy, daughter Olivia, and son Jack were robbed of their future. Cindy's world was turned upside down. She lost her partner and all the love and support that comes from having an amazing husband. Olivia and Jack are growing up without Michael's guidance. The sudden death of a parent represents significant adversity for a child, their health, long-term implications, and well-being. Family, friends, and the community have showered Michael's family with love, yet this violent loss will have a profound impact on our lives till the day we die. Michael is a part of me that can never be replaced. I hold him close by remembering all the love he gave in his life before it was cut so short. I think of the time Michael and his brother Eric were in a party for their 60th, my husband's 60th birthday at the Beachcomber while Mike was serving in Iraq. I can still hear Michael walking through my house at the middle of the night, stopping by on his break to use my bathroom and grab some Cheez-Its. I'll always remember how he lived on hot dogs for 25 years. When I look at my kitchen window, I can picture Mike and his family swimming in my pool. When I think about what happened to my son, I feel gratitude along with pain. I appreciate everyone for keeping Michael's memory alive, his name alive. I cannot express the eternal gratitude I have for the law enforcement and military communities. The town of Weymouth and its residents have provided unwavering support. Our neighbors and friends have stood by us despite their own sorrow. Almost every day I hear from someone, often someone I've never met, who expresses support or sends a remembrance in Michael's honor. Michael will be remembered for his public service, and I know his sacrifice will inspire others to serve. Your Honor, the magnitude of this tragedy and the impact it has had on so many lives demands a comparable consequence. The jury confirmed what I have known since Michael's death. Emmanuel Lopes deliberately killed my son and Vera Adams. He was also convicted of many other crimes, including 2 counts of armed assault with attempt to murder. The danger he poses to the community is immense. Accountability in this case matters not just for Michael and Vera, who are now tied together by this horrible crime, but for all of us. Justice serves the conscience of our community. The crimes were atrocious and cruel. They were executed. These crimes for which he has been found guilty, he should receive the maximum penalties allowed by law and must be given consecutive sentences. Anything less will fail to acknowledge the irreparable harm he has inflicted. Thank you for listening. My son sacrificed everything because he believed in public service. I hope there will finally be justice for Michael and Vera after all these years. And Mr. Lopes, you're the monster I warned my kids about.
Your Honor, the final person to address the court on behalf of the Commonwealth would be Cindy Chesna, who has impact statements from herself, her son Jack, and her daughter Olivia.
So this is my son's statement. Jack Chesna, 10 years old. When I think of my dad, I think of a kind, loving, great, brave person. I have memories of him like once when I was sick, I stayed home with him and dressed up in a Yoda costume, drinking pineapple juice and playing Mario with him. At bedtime, he would pick me up, give me helicopter rides, and toss me to my bed. That was pretty fun. When we would go swimming, he would chuck me in the pool, and I remember flying higher than the pool umbrella. He would also stand in the water and toss me into the deep end. I loved it. He would tell me to think about good stuff before I would go to sleep. I still think about that sometimes at night. My dad would be happy for me because now I finished with 4th grade, but I really miss him when I achieve or accomplish something. I really miss him when I'm playing sports. I wish I could go to hockey games with my dad. People understand that it's sad, but they don't understand how sad it really is. It's hard to get off my mind. Every Father's Day, I don't have a father to celebrate. I have to go to his grave instead. It makes me feel weird inside to visit the cemetery because it's somewhere most kids don't have to go when they are so young. I'm glad that I look like my dad. I feel him with me sometimes during the day. I want the roachy monster to know that he's a horrible, horrible person. Because of him, I'm basically sad every day, but I don't really show it. He took away something I love. I wish my dad was still here. Olivia Chesna, 15 years old. My dad was taken from me on July 15th, 2018, in the line of duty. It was the worst day of my life. He went to work like any typical day. While he was performing a selfless action, he met someone who took his life and his future with his friends and family. My dad wanted to be a police officer in the town of Weymouth to give back to his community and to help others around him. He was and will always be my hero. He wasn't my hero for his job or how he died, but for his character. My dad was always there for me. He would go swimming with me in the summer. We would play with my toys together for hours. He named his truck with me. He would take me to Comic-Con and we would watch movies together all the time. As I've gotten older, I've become much more interested in sports, and it makes me miss watching sports with him. My dad did countless things to make his family and friends happy, but we had a strong friendship beyond words. He was my best friend, someone who always made me happy and made things better. I was 9 years old when my dad died. When it happened, I started to be afraid that something would happen to me because I had lost my sense of security. I became anxious and afraid if the door was unlocked or if I was alone. Everyone told me it was okay to be upset, and I knew that, but I didn't want to focus on what hurt me the most, so I deflected instead. I focused on helping my family grieve and stay together strong. I didn't want to feel a tidal wave of grief, so I avoided it. But as I've gotten older and learned what it means when someone dies, it has become harder to stay strong. I knew I wasn't going to see him again, but I would always kind of hope he would come back. I didn't think about it because it made me uncomfortable. Now that I'm older, I understand that he is gone forever and there is nothing anyone can do to fix that. I'll never have a conversation or make more memories with him again. Our future together is gone. Every time I go to visit his grave, I'm reminded of that. When I stare into the cold stone of his grave, which is the closest thing I have to him, all I can feel is a reminder that someone took him from me and gave me never-ending grief. When my friends talk about their dads, I'm reminded that I have been without mine for over 6 years. It can be awkward because I have never experienced anything like this. They don't want to upset me, so they never know if they should ask me about my dad. But I like to talk about him and share my memories. I have to try my best to remember things because I'm not able to talk to him or make new memories. I wish my dad could see the person I have become. I wish he could see everything I have accomplished since he has been gone. I've graduated 8th grade, joined new sports, and more. I wish he could be here for me. I would like to ask the court for the maximum sentence that can be imposed on an individual who stole my father's life and my future with him. You stole all the memories I was going to create with him. And I hope you understand the sorrow you brought upon me and everyone who loved my dad. You killed one of the people I care most about in the world. I hope you live with that for the rest of your life. Everyone makes choices in life. Mike chose to live a loyal and dedicated life in service to his country, to his hometown of Weymouth, and to his family and friends. The defendant's choices took him down a much different path, and on July 15th, 2018, he chose to brutally murder 2 innocent people and change the lives of everyone who knew and loved Mike and Vera forever. Saturday night, July 14th, 2018, I kissed my husband goodbye, telling him to be careful like I did every night he went to work. Sunday, July 15th, I woke up on a beautiful morning without a cloud in the sky, never imagining that my husband was being brutally murdered and our family was being shattered. It was the worst fear of every family whose loved ones chose a life of service. In the blink of an eye, Mike was gone. My husband served 2 tours of duty in Iraq and Afghanistan and survived an IED explosion, only to be gunned down just a few miles from his home, knocked out with a rock and shot with his own service weapon by a coward who stood over him while he lay unconscious, unable to move and defend himself. A monster who then murdered an innocent woman sitting in her own home. I will never understand how anyone could do that to a human being. I will never understand such evil. We've all heard twice every violent, graphic detail of how Mike's life ended. He has become known to so many for how he died. That stops today. Now I get to tell you the impact of how he lived. Mike Chesna was a beautiful person inside and out. He was a protector. Everyone has heard that he was a police officer and a Purple Heart and Bronze Star decorated Army veteran. He came home from war bearing the signs of battle and quietly handed me his medals to put away. He was humble. He didn't seek praise or recognition. He was just doing his job. And those were the jobs he was proud to do. He was a true hero. But he was so much more than that. He was a husband, father, son, brother, uncle, brother-in-law, nephew, cousin, and my best friend. Those are the roles that mattered the most to him. The photo that has been used to represent Mike for all these years is him as an officer, not as the real Mike we saw every day. He was funny and kind-hearted, and he loved his family above all else. Thankfully, my children got these amazing qualities from their dad. They absolutely adored him. But in 2018, their childhoods and sense of security were abruptly destroyed when I had to look in their sweet, innocent faces and tell them their daddy was never coming home, that he had met a bad guy at work. I was constantly asked if a bad guy was coming to get them too. The devastation inflicted upon my children by the defendant is beyond what I could ever fully articulate. Their pain and loss is immeasurable. Without mercy or leniency, he sentenced 2 innocent children to a lifetime without their hero. Olivia, who was 9 years old at the time her father was murdered, was Daddy's special little girl. He was crazy about her from the moment she was born. 10 weeks premature, her tiny head the size of his watch face. They were a pair. They loved sharing special moments together, like going to Comic-Con, swimming, watching their favorite shows, especially Scooby-Doo and the movie Frozen, and getting ice cream. They even named his truck together, the Black Pearl. He loved to take her out on adventures in it. She remembers those times with her dad, so she'll always have that piece of him. But as time passes, it has become harder for her to remember his voice and to know what he would say to comfort her when she was sad. He has already missed so much, and he will miss so much more. He will miss her first date, her first heartbreak, teaching her to drive, seeing her go to prom. He will not get to walk her down the aisle or share a father-daughter dance at her wedding. So many of her moments ahead will also carry the weight of the devastating loss. Those moments she should get to share with her dad have been taken from her. Jack was 4 years old when his father was murdered. The chance to make everlasting memories with his daddy was stolen from him by the defendant. It's a void that impacts him deeply, but he does remember helicopter rides at bedtime, going on the Haunted Mansion ride with his daddy at Disney World, and Mike's nightly reminder to always think about good stuff before he goes to sleep. He loved to laugh and wrestle with him, but Jack knows that he is not like most children his age. His dad cannot coach him in sports, teach him to shave, how to drive, talk about girls, or how to tie a tie. He doesn't have the benefit of having a male role model in our home on the good days and bad. Mike was ecstatic to have a little boy. He was looking forward to doing all those things for his son. But he didn't get to pass on his love for New England sports teams or the Simpsons like he planned. He never had the chance. Recently, Jack decided he wanted to learn to play hockey. Mike would have been thrilled. He was crazy about the Bruins, even taking me to a game on our first date. It would have been his dream come true to share that with his son. He would have had so much fun teaching Jack to skate, practicing after school, and cheering him on at games. Instead, Jack had to teach himself, skating alone in our driveway without his dad there to show him how it's done and to catch him if he falls. This is our reality every single day for the past 2,208 days. Every moment, big and small, is filled with what could have been, what should have been. We can never escape the consequences of the defendant's actions. Even the most joyous occasions are forever tainted. On holidays, along with trying to keep family traditions and make happy memories, we visit the cemetery with homemade cards and decorations. My children have to bring a tree to their dad's grave to spend Christmas with him. Olivia and Jack were so young when Mike was taken from us that they fully couldn't process it. But with each year that passes and every milestone he misses, I can see the sadness and feel their devastation as they absorb the truth that their dad is really never coming back. As their mother, I am constantly aware of the ways this has impacted my children's mental health. Olivia holds the weight of the world inside her, behind her beautiful eyes as blue as her dad's. She carries enormous grief, confusion, and anger, but she's never lets her feelings out. My son cannot contain his feelings, struggling with severe anxiety about his safety and the safety of people he loves. He doesn't let me in another room without yelling to me to make sure I'm nearby. He worries that we aren't safe in our own home and longs for the security and protection of his dad's presence. My children did not deserve to have their childhoods marred by trauma. They should be spending their days doing normal activities, not scheduling around therapies necessary to cope for their loss. They should not have to carry this burden or live with these fears, but the defendant made the choice to bring violence into my family's life. Olivia and Jack are paying the price of his heinous actions, and sadly, they will every single day for the rest of their lives. Mike was my person. We built a beautiful private life together. He was calm, even-keeled, and devoted. We had so much fun. He made me laugh every day. People would tell us we should have our own reality show because he loved to tease me and get a rise out of me, and I fell for it every time. He was a creature of habit. He ate at Wendy's so often they memorized his order. On his way home from his fourth night of work, he picked up his favorite snack, black and white Half Moon cookies from White's Bakery, where they nicknamed him Half Moon Man, and a gallon of milk, even if we already had an open one in the fridge. He listened to sports radio all the time when he was home. There was always a game on TV. He lined our shelves with history books and memorabilia from his favorite movies, shows, New England sports teams. What I loved most about Mike was that he was completely genuine. He would give anyone the shirt off his back, figuratively and literally. I recently was reminded of a time on one occasion on his daily trip to the gym when a friend told him he liked his Wounded Warrior Project jacket he was wearing, and Mike took it off right there and gave it to him. Mike was understanding and compassionate. He was endlessly patient with me, always respectful and accepting of my quirks. We planned a family trip to Disney in the spring of 2018, but I was too nervous to fly. As always, he encouraged me to face my fears, to take risks, and live each day with no regret, but I still wouldn't get on the plane. Instead of calling off the trip, Mike went out and bought me a new car so we could drive there instead. He told me everyone deserves a new car in their life. I am so thankful that he made that happen for us so that we could experience Disney as a family of 4, because 3 months later, he was gone. We loved our life together. We were a team. I don't have that anymore, and I miss it more than words can express. I miss his companionship. I thought he would still be making me laugh when we were old together. But instead, at 39 years old, I was a widow and a single mother navigating through my own trauma and grief and learning to live without him, while trying to maintain normalcy for my 2 children who were also grieving. It sometimes feels impossible. I genuinely did not know if I could survive what the defendant did to my family. I struggled for a long time. I couldn't watch TV, read the news, or listen to the radio for fear that I would have to relive the details of that day. I wouldn't let my children do any of these things either, because I didn't want them to know the horror of what happened to their father. The pressure of it all is overwhelming to this day. I'm anxious, fearful, angry, and sad all at the same time. I worry about my health and safety because I can't let anything happen to me. I'm the sole decision maker and protector for my kids, no longer having the benefit of looking to my husband for partnership and guidance. Without warning or time to prepare, I was forced to learn how to do everything myself. It took 17 months before I was able to return to the home we shared. For 5 years, I did not touch anything in his man cave. Everything stayed exactly how it was when he left for work on July 14th, 2018. I struggled to part with things he touched because they were all I have left of him. To this day, I have some clothes in a Ziploc bag so I can keep his smell. Even simple things like going to dinner at a restaurant Mike and I used to go to brings an ache that I will never adjust to. He is everywhere and nowhere. We have waited 6 long years for this moment. It has been pure torture to sit through 2 trials, reliving the worst days of our lives in excruciating detail, listening to people try to justify or excuse the defendant's actions. My children feared for their safety every day because they didn't want me to be in the same room as the monster who killed their dad. They are sad that I even have to look at him, but they are also proud of me for being able to stand here today. They are the reason I am standing here today. I'm standing for them, for Mike's parents, who lived the unspeakable horror of having to bury their child. I'm standing for Mike's younger brother, Eric. I'm standing for Vera Adams. I'm standing for Nick Marini and Sean Murphy and all the officers who ran towards danger that day. And for Billy and Amy McGinnis, who put their lives at risk to try to save my husband. I'm standing for every Weymouth police officer and emergency responder who answered the call that day. We are all victims of the choices the defendant made, and the extent of the damage she caused us all can never fully be known. Olivia, Jack, and I survived these past 6 years by leaning heavily on our faith and our amazing support system. We have withstood the agony and uncertainty in waiting, because until this moment, this case has been all about the defendant. But that chapter closes today. He gets no more of our time or our energy. As a family, we have run through all the emotions. We have been brought to our knees with grief and anger and loss. But know this, we are also brave, resilient, and getting stronger every day. I have learned so much about myself and my ability to persevere. I am stronger than I ever thought I could be. I am so proud of Jack and Olivia, and Mike would be too. Because in spite of what the defendant did to them, they are kind, loving, and deeply compassionate children. They are survivors in every sense. Now it is our turn to focus on healing and embracing the life ahead of us. We are moving forward the way Mike would want us to. I want the defendant to know something that I hope he reflects on for the rest of his life. On July 15th, 2018, my husband would have helped him if he had just made a different choice, one I know he was fully capable of making. One simple, different choice would have changed everything. That day in the hospital, I laid across my husband's dead body, covered and bandaged to preserve the carnage the defendant inflicted and the valiant efforts of everyone who tried to save Mike. I looked at the face I loved so much and into the one eye that remained open. And I swore that I would take care of our children and raise them the way we had planned. We had vowed to each other in sickness and in health and until death do us part. That day when we were parted by death, I made one more vow, that we would get him justice. I am eternally grateful that the jury in the second trial has given me the peace of fulfilling that promise. When the verdict was read, it felt like the weight of the world was lifted off my shoulders. I cannot give my children their father back. They are always going to live with the grief that I can't fix and the pain that I cannot heal. But I can ask the court to help me give them the only thing I can, the comfort of knowing the monster who murdered their daddy will never walk free. Please give my children the peace of knowing they won't ever have to face the killer who destroyed their childhoods and changed their lives forever. Give the defendant no leniency because he gave us no leniency. Because my husband made the ultimate sacrifice, we will spend the rest of our lives trying to pick up the pieces. I ask the court to impose the maximum possible sentence. I have never uttered the defendant's name, and I never will. That would be a waste of my breath. Because he is nothing except living proof that evil does exist. After today, no one will remember his name. My children and I and the rest of our family will go on. We will leave this courtroom free from the burden of waiting for the trials, the sentencing, and for justice. We will never forget the love and support that has been shown for us these past 6 years from our family, friends, and from communities around the country. It has been the light that has carried us through darkness. We will pay it forward, and we will always remember and honor the people that this has truly been about. Vera Adams and Mike Chesna. Thank you.
Wow. I won't lie, I got a little bit of tears there. That is impactful. The son and daughter. Wow. Hang on, let me go back a little bit. So he's allowed. So if you look at Nicolae Miu, they requested that he would. Oops, I've gone too far. Come in civilian clothes, and the judge said no, which, to be quite honest with you, I think is right. But this guy gets to come into with his civil clothes.
Okay, Mr. Connor.
Thank you, Your Honor. The Commonwealth's recommendation is that the defendant on count 1 be sentenced to life in prison with parole eligibility set 30 years for the murder of Michael Chesna. On count 002, the defendant be sentenced to life in prison with parole eligibility at 25 years for the murder of Vera Adams. The Commonwealth is asking that these sentences be served consecutively. The reason for this recommendation is that there were 2 distinct and separate murders. The recommendation is not designed to minimize the other criminal activity, but rather put it in context. When you examine counts 008, 009, and 010, leaving the scene of property damage, the reckless operation of the motor vehicle, and the use without authority of the Cronin car, those are essentially one series of events that occur all at the same time, resulting in those 3 misdemeanor charges. The Commonwealth is recommending 2 years in the House of Correction on each of those charges to run concurrent with each other on count 001, the murder of Michael Chesney. Where the defendant has been in custody for 6 years, those sentences would be deemed served. On count 11, the malicious destruction of the Kendall window, it is also a misdemeanor and occurred before the attack on Sergeant Chesna. The Commonwealth recommends 2.5 years in the House of Correction to run concurrent with the murder of Michael Chesna. This would also be deemed served. Shortly after smashing that window, the defendant began his attack on the police, starting with Mike Chesna. Count 05, the assault and battery with a dangerous weapon concerning the rock that struck Sergeant Chesna. 006, the carrying of the firearm. And 007, the larceny of the firearm. Those events all led to the murder of Michael Chesna. The murder could not have occurred but for those events, and consequently the Commonwealth recommends 5 years in state prison on each of those offenses to run concurrent with 001, the murder of Michael Chesna. Those would also be deemed served. It is important to look at the circumstances around the murder of Michael Chesna. Initially, the radio transmission that was heard by this court, reviewed by this court, Sergeant Chesna is heard right before his murder. And it does not display an angry individual, but the victim simply broadcasts that he has encountered the defendant on Burton Terrace. According to William McGinnis, the only thing that was said by the victim was drop the rock. Sergeant Chesna also was never seen pointing his firearm at the defendant. After being hit with the rock, Sergeant Chesna fell to the ground and lied there motionless. The defendant then picked up Sergeant Chesna's own gun. It went off, striking the rear of Sergeant Chesna's cruiser. He did not have to pick it up, but he did. He knows it's now a working firearm. He does not have to use it, but he will. According to Mr. McGinnis, he took a stance over the victim and shot at him 8 times. 4 times he shot Sergeant Chesna in the head. 1 time he shot him beneath his ballistic vest. He could have stopped before each shot. He did not. This was not someone who shot someone from a moving car as if it was a drive-by shooting or shot their victim just once in the head to make sure that they were dead. He took several shots to make sure the defenseless victim was dead. This alone cries for the maximum penalty allowable, which is life in prison with parole eligibility set at 30 years. The Commonwealth recognizes that all those other acts led to this event and should be punished concurrently. The shootings at officers Murphy and Marini with the intent to kill were also in the same series of events as the murder of Sergeant Chesna. Officer Murphy shot at the defendant to stop him from continuing to shoot Sergeant Chesna. It was at this time, after being shot by Murphy in the calf, the defendant shot 4 times at responding officers. Understanding the severity of those actions, shooting what he knows to be a deadly weapon, working firearm at 2 responding officers, the Commonwealth asked this court to impose 10 years in state prison on each count to run concurrently with 001. It is crucial to understand that the defendant had multiple chances to stop his criminal conduct. He could have chosen not to take the car. He could have returned it without issue. He could have stayed at the crash scene at South Shore Hospital. He could have not broken the Kendall window. He could have not thrown the rock. He could have not picked up the gun. He could have not fired it 8 times at Sergeant Chesna and 4 more times at officers Murphy and Marini. All those events were separate acts where he could have stopped, but he did not. His final act, the murder of Vera Adams, deserves a similar analysis. The court should note that this is a separate event and should be punished separately. After trying to kill Murphy and Marini, the defendant fled the area with Sergeant Chesna's firearm. You heard about the heroic events of officers and civilians at Burton Terrace and how they tried to save Sergeant Chesna. But what you also heard was the actions of the defendant during that time, how he fled through 3 backyards, climbed over a fence, and passed a large picture window at 91 Torrey Street, encountering the 77-year-old Vera Adams. Pictures from her home showed that her living room television was on, and there was food on her kitchen table. That early sunny Sunday morning, she was alone in her home, and one can infer she was drawn to her porch by the noise outside. She stood in front of the same window that the defendant was fleeing by. The window was closed. She was not a threat to the defendant. She could not stop him from running. His escape could have continued. He had numerous opportunities to make better choices, and instead he chose to shoot at Miss Adams while she stood behind the window in her home 3 times until the gun had no more bullets. He hit her twice, and he killed her. This was a different victim in a different situation, at a different address, minutes apart. So it requires a different punishment. This murder requires an additional life sentence to run from and after, consecutive to the other criminal conduct. This should not be minimized with the minimum sentence for second-degree murder, where he had already killed Sergeant Chesa and tried to kill officers Murphy and Marini minutes before. It deserves the maximum punishment allowable, and that would be parole eligibility would be after serving 25 years. This sentence should run consecutively from the sentence of the murder of Sergeant Chesna, and as a result, the parole eligibility should be set in the aggregate of 55 years. The defendant has placed his mental health as a major factor at this trial and in his sentencing. The Commonwealth proved beyond a reasonable doubt that his mental illness did not affect his ability to appreciate the wrongfulness of his actions or conform his conduct to law. The defendant has supplied 5 affidavits from clinicians. They are not subject to cross-examination. However, Drs. Cataldo and Flood testified at the last trial. The jury did not adopt their opinions when it came to criminal responsibility. When it comes to the defendant's mental health, the Commonwealth does not have the same access to defense. The defendant does not have the same access to the defendant as defense counsel. However, in the access it did have, Your Honor, by reviewing thousands of pages of records before and after July 15, 2018, having him psychologically tested, having him evaluated, it was clear that he was not a person with a major thought or mood disorder, but instead a person who had an antisocial personality disorder and borderline personality disorder. Dr. Baranowski also noted that he showed signs of borderline personality disorder in her recent testing, a disorder that he could have for the rest of his life. In formulating the recommendation, the Commonwealth took guidance from the Superior Court's best practices for individualized evidence-based sentencing. When sentencing, it states that the judge is called upon to express society's condemnation of the offense by sanctioning the offender, to incapacitate him to protect the public, to deter the offender and others from committing like offense, and to rehabilitate the offender so the risk of future criminal behavior is reduced. To begin with rehabilitation. The Commonwealth provided the court with a history of this man. The court can see how he was given chance after chance, that his behavior became worse. When at the houses of corrections, he was still in altercations. While at Bridgewater, he still acted out in a destructive manner. Also, this was not a case where drugs was a factor. The defendant, at this point, has not shown there is potential for rehabilitation. As a result of the Mattis decision, a judge must consider the mitigating factors of youth when formulating a sentence. And a sentence of life without the possibility of parole for an emerging adult violates the Massachusetts Constitution. As such, emerging adults defendants must be granted a meaningful opportunity to obtain release before the parole board. However, Mattis did not create a prohibition against consecutive sentences. In particular, in LaPlante, the SJC upheld 3 consecutive life sentences for a juvenile offender where his aggregate parole eligibility was set at 45 years, the most severe penalty that judge could impose under the statute. Also in LaPlante, the resentencing judge noted the juvenile defendant suffered from antisocial personality disorder. If this court imposes the recommended sentence, the defendant would be approximately 75 years upon eligibility for parole. That would be 2 years younger than Vera Adams was when he murdered her, when she was living a full and meaningful life. He will have the potential for a meaningful life with the sentence the Commonwealth has recommended and will pose less of a physical threat. The sentence the Commonwealth has recommended is designed to ensure public protection. This defendant had become, at the time of the offense, a low-level drug dealer. He was on pretrial probation. He had a history of fighting with the police and fleeing. His social media posts and his mother detail a dislike of the police. Finally, his actions on July 15, 2018 show how much anger and hatred he had for the police and his potential to act on it. A lengthy incarceration is required, where this man turned those who protect society into the hunted. The recommendation is also designed to deter. There were 2 murders in this case at 2 different addresses. Ms. Adams was 77 years old and in her home at this time. Sergeant Chesney was merely responding to a scene and was minutes away from ending his shift. Neither person was a threat to settle a score, but were done out of anger. Consequently, a significant sentence is required to deter the defendant and others from such criminal conduct. Lastly, this sentence recommendation is made in contemplation of retribution. Over the last 6 years, while this defendant has been charged with taking 2 lives, the victims' families have not been heard. Instead, they came and watched. However, today they were heard. They have made their request for the strongest possible sentence, one in line with the Commonwealth's recommendation, one that will incarcerate the defendant for an appropriate amount of time for the enormous harm he has caused. Vera's family lost a beloved aunt who was an inspiration. The Weymouth police also did not just lose one officer when Michael Chesney was murdered. Officers Murphy, Marini, and Sergeant Loy have had to retire early because of what they experienced that day. Jack Chesney was 4 years old when his father was murdered. He has now lived longer without his father than with, and this will soon become Olivia's reality as well. Tragically, this is the life sentence the defendant has imposed on so many people in this room. Everyone here will live their lives without Mike Chesney and Vera Adams. Everyone who is at Burton Terrace relives those moments constantly. When on a quiet Sunday morning, that area became a war zone. I make this recommendation not for just Ms. Cusick and myself, but not just for the district attorney's office, but for those who are there at Burton and Torrey, and those who are here at Court and High Street. I make it for the entirety of the Commonwealth, Your Honor. I make it in contemplation of public protection, the potential for rehabilitation, deterrence, and retribution.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Connor. All right, Mr. Tipton.
As in any case, it's very hard to listen to the heartfelt and sincere victim impact statements. We don't question at all those feelings, those beliefs. Mr. Lopes authorized and permitted us to tell the first jury and the second jury. This was a case about a tragedy. This was a case about heroes, the officers involved, Sergeant Chesney in particular. In all the 6 years that Mr. Lopes has been held, since July 15th of 2018, he has never once uttered, and there's nothing in any record. And we are talking about thousands of pages of records, both from Suffolk House of Correction, Norfolk House of Correction, Middlesex House of Correction, Bridgewater State Hospital. Never once has he said something pejorative or accusatory of the police. Never once has he blamed the police. He has told Dr. Edersheim in her Rule 14 evaluation, and I paraphrase that he is sorry, that he feels like a shitty person, his words contained in her report, that he thought people were trying to kill him. The victim impact statements and logic tells us that the societal harm that resulted from this incident can never be sufficiently described. The act of killing another person is indeed the most serious of crimes, and the loss of life and the pain to the families and the victims and the police is incalculable. But even in that backdrop, we have the evolving law, and we have the Mattis case. And as I argue today, and not repeat everything we said in our 60-page memorandum that cites the law and fact and attaches 5 expert reports, and I will touch upon those, but I will not dwell on them because I understand this court's practice and has always been to read everything that's submitted and not just read it, but to try to understand it and to consider it. So what this is about when we talk about Mattis and the request for a consecutive sentence is exactly what Justice Kofker said in her dissent, in her concurring opinion. We should not defer to the legislature when it recognizes the distinctive characteristics of an 18 through 20-year-old defendant at issue and treats them differently from those 21 and over in many ways, but then disregards those differences for our most severe criminal punishments. That's not the ranting of defense attorneys, that is of a Supreme Judicial Court justice concurring in the decision of Mattis. The Commonwealth made reference in their argument that the jury rejected the lack of criminal responsibility. We will never know exactly what in fact they rejected, but we know that they were instructed, as every jury is in criminal responsibility, that regardless of mental illness being present, once they make that determination, they then must go on and say determine whether it substantially impaired a defendant's ability to appreciate the wrongfulness of its conduct. And we don't know what this jury actually determined. We know the note that we cite in our memorandum raised questions about people disagreeing about what the particular diagnosis was, and they asked for an instruction on psychosis. The court refused to give them an instruction on psychosis, and then some days later we had a verdict. But I say that not in rejecting, for purposes of this sentencing hearing, not rejecting the second jury's verdict. I bring out this fact because in Kita, the justice writing that decision long ago pointed out that the criminal responsibility defense fails all the time, even where the government has the burden. And that's just an observation. We also know, and the Commonwealth just cited to the Supreme Judicial Court's best practices, we know that Justice Gant, in authoring those practices, said that the blameworthiness, and we cite this in our memorandum, the blameworthiness of defendants can be mitigated by an acknowledgement of their responsibility and by the circumstances of the case that may not have arisen and given force to a full defense. And that was actually cited, that same statement was cited over 20 years ago in a case that we cite in our memorandum. And that is why I stand here before the court on behalf of Mr. Lopes and say that, yes, he was found guilty. And the issues involved in the trial will be litigated appropriately on appeal. But for purposes of today, it's the circumstances of his mental illness that we implore the court to also consider. And it's the circumstances of his history, dating back to where he was of young age. We're talking 5 or 6 or 7 years old and experiencing hallucinations, experiencing auditory and visual hallucinations, and being hospitalized. And I'm not about to go through 4,000 pages of treatment records because this court listened and read, as did all the experts that submitted affidavits and reports in support of Mr. Lopes. And what is it that they said? They said the same thing, but in different ways. The psychiatrist from Yale, Dr. Paul Bryant, said, in summary, all of these factors that are contained in the records, the treatment records, years of treatment records, impacted Mr. Lopes' ability and his brain development in a way that stands aside and apart from just someone growing up and being 20 years old when they commit a terrible act. Dr. Frank D. Cataldo said the same thing, and Dr. Frank D. Cataldo, who testified in this case and was very familiar with the records and interviewed Mr. Lopes, said the same thing in his very scientifically based affidavit that spans over 8 pages, I believe, concluding in part that he, Mr. Lopes, was more compromised than just your regular or your normal 20-year-old emerging adult. Dr. Klyanowski explained in her voluminous affidavit the science, and on that point, when we argue on behalf, we, Attorney Feeney and myself, argue on behalf of Mr. Lopes for a sentence of concurrent life sentences with the possibility of parole. We don't argue that based on what sounds like to many. I'm sure it does. It sounds like excuses. But the SJC did not call their underlying factual findings determining that it was cruel and unusual to sentence someone for acts committed up to the age of 20 as an emerging adult. They did not characterize those as excuses. They characterized them as reasons based on science. So when we stand here and argue on behalf of Mr. Lopes, we are not making excuses. We are reciting the science. We are arguing the logic and underpinnings of Mattis. And it is something that the Commonwealth chose, for whatever reason, not to do in their 12-page memorandum that they supplied. They did not address Mattis except citing to it. And the government here, when they made their argument, they made a glancing reference to Mattis and what Mattis now requires of emerging adult sentencing in the context of a murder case. But what is it that Mattis tells us? Mattis tells us, as Justice Kofker said in her concurring opinion, and as Justice Budd said in her opinion, we have to consider all of the science and the ability based on science of plasticity of the brain, of the crime age curve, of high cognition, how that impacts a person's ability, like Mr. Lopes, because of his brain that is not fully developed. And when you layer on, as Dr. Klyanowski made clear in her affidavit, and as Dr. Baranowski made clear in her report, it is all of these factors that affected Mr. Lopes differently and more seriously in his ability to make decisions, and as the Commonwealth says, choices. As the Supreme Court said in Miller versus Alabama, if there ever was a case where pathology played a role, that case, the case facts of Miller, Alabama, was a prime example. And that's what we argue here today. The pathology that's documented in thousands of pages of records help explain the conduct. To this day, and as Mr. Lopes had told Dr. Edersheim, Dr. DiCataldo, his memory is that he was shot first. We know, based on the eyewitnesses, that probably just could not have happened. But as Dr. Klyanowski explains in her affidavit, it's that brain development and that encoding that goes awry when somebody's brain is not fully developed. And then you layer on the history of mental illness and you layer on the use of cannabis since an early age, these are not excuses. We're not here arguing that since this person, Mr. Lopes, consumed drugs, that his conduct should be excused. It is another reason why he should not get consecutive sentences. It's another reason why, as Mattis says, as so much of the case law that we cite, did he have a meaningful opportunity for parole. His parole eligibility, we've asked for 25 years parole eligibility. On the indictment, he was found guilty of it, Sergeant Chestnut. And we've asked for 15-year parole eligibility concurrent in the death of Ms. Adams. It will be approximately 2 decades before Mr. Lopes ever appears before the parole board. It's not that he's simply getting, under our recommended sentence, 25 years. He's getting 25 years of commitment in state prison, a place he's never been before, and then he has to go before the parole board. And it's up to them. And as Mattis points out, we should give the parole board the opportunity to make that decision because we're dealing with someone that is an emerging adult. The government points out, and let me just touch upon before I move to proportionality briefly. I mentioned hot cognition. We lay that out in our memorandum and its relevance to this case. Dr. Klyanowski makes reference to it, but Dr. DiCataldo makes more reference to it in his affidavit. Why is it important? Because the hot cognition issue referenced in Mattis applies to Mr. Lopes and what occurred that day. And when the government talks about poor choices, we're talking about someone who has a history of mental illness. We talk about someone who has a history of long-term cannabis use that the literature that we cite affects his ability and his brain functioning. We talk about all of those things. And acting in a moment of emotional stress, the literature that we cite, as Dr. DiCataldo points out, literature that says that is when someone like Mr. Lopes is not deliberating. And yes, did the jury find Mr. Lopes guilty of premeditated murder? Yes, but there is a difference, and I ask the court to consider it. The premeditation element of first-degree murder, the jury is instructed that premeditation can occur within seconds. That is not what the science says in relation to hot cognition. And that is the difference. And in fact, on that issue of premeditation, and on that issue of the culpability of Mr. Lopes, there was no planning here. There's no evidence at all of any planning. He took no weapon to Burton Terrace when he came out of the forest into a stranger's neighborhood. There was no evidence presented at all from any conversations he had with Garrett Hunt, Mary Cronin, or anyone else that he was out to get the police. Any time before or that day. The government's own experts, Massey, and in a reluctant fashion, Edersheim, said that he lacked the ability to plan. He had deficits in his working memory. He had deficits in his executive functioning. He lacked the ability to plan, and that's exactly what the government argued in part to both juries, but more importantly to the second jury. And they tried to explain that away. Is that why he was running through the yards as he was hiding behind one building and then the next? All of those issues are not excuses. They are reasons based on science that Mattis determined made life without parole sentences cruel and unusual. The government, in its pleading, tries to justify giving consecutive sentences and cites the 3 are 4 cases. Every single one of those cases has to do with an adult. In fact, some of those cases have to do with people in their 40s and 50s when they committed those murders. And every one of those murders that received consecutive sentences, they were absent issues of mental illness or criminal responsibility. The government, for some reason, to support its recommendation for consecutive sentences, then cites to the federal case in the Marathon bombing case, as if somehow it's comparable. But that's not what Cephalonus says in determining proportionality. And that's not what the case law says. The case law says you must not only consider the facts of the case, but you must consider the individual. So what are the cases that we cited that show that a consecutive sentence in these facts, and with this defendant, Mr. Lopes, is disproportional as a matter of law and would constitute an illegal sentence if consecutive sentences were imposed? The government rate passing reference to Commonwealth versus LaPlante, a case that has been described in the opinions as the worst case there is. Why? Because in that case, a young person had been breaking into homes in the neighborhood, had already broken into the home where the killings occurred once before, went back. A pregnant mother living there caught him. So what did he do? He raped her. Then he killed her. Then her 2 children came out of the back room and he killed them by drowning. There was no issue of mental illness in that case. In fact, from reading the opinion, the only issue that was relevant or brought up had to do with motion to suppress statements where there was an assertion that he had been drinking, Mr. LaPlante had been drinking prior to his questioning of police. And the SJC rejected that in its entirety. The point being, how can the government cite to LaPlante and expect this court to say it's relevant and it supports the finding of a consecutive sentence? We cite the 2 cases where the defendants in those cases, ages 15 and 16, killed 3 separate people, family members, in separate, unrelated incidents. They were convicted of 3 counts of first-degree murder. In each case, they were given concurrent sentences. And when you look at the facts, and we recite the facts in our memorandum, those facts aren't even close to what occurred here. And yet, those 2 defendants received 3 life sentences. The Commonwealth doesn't address any of this, any of the tripartite analysis of Cephalonus in its memorandum, or if it's an argument. But the court, I know, will consider that because it has to. Because Sharma makes it clear that aggregate sentences, sentences that begin to impinge on a person's meaningful opportunity to be paroled, they must be subjected to a proportionality analysis, and that's what we did. We included a chart of most of the states of the United States and what their relevant statutes are in the context of murder. And not everybody agrees across this country that persons, juveniles, should never get life without parole. But the majority of states that have specific statutes do. And as we point out in our memorandum, the outside perimeter of those parole eligibility are primarily 25 to 30 years. There's one state that caps it at 40. The government is looking for consecutive sentences that will result in Mr. Lopes being in prison at least until he's 76. Remember, I don't mean that sounds like I'm telling the court, I'm talking to myself. He's not going to get out of prison when he's parole eligible unless he demonstrates what the parole board and all of those members of the parole board believe that he's not a danger to society any longer, that he's rehabilitated, that he shows the progress that's needed. That is why we ask for concurrent sentences. We cite to the Social Security Administration data. We cite to the Center for Disease Control data that shows that basically someone like Mr. Lopes, his life expectancy is right around 74 years of age. We cite to the research literature that shows that for every year in state prison, data seems to suggest that you lose 2 years off your life. We cite to over 6 cases across the country in support of our proportionality argument that a sentence of parole eligibility that comes close to someone serving 40 or 50 years is tantamount to a life sentence. And yet the government wants this court to impose a sentence that requires a minimum of 55 years before he's parole eligible at the age of 75 or 76. That would be unconstitutional under our Declaration of Rights. The government cites in its memo and made argument here about Mr. Lopes' conduct, that the calls of the Weymouth police made to his home over many years. Those reports are a start with a young boy who is 13 years of age. And what are those reports that they rely upon? The government relies upon to try to convince this court that a consecutive sentence scheme is appropriate. These are reports where police are called initially to groups of young kids congregating, kids drinking alcohol, breaking windows. Then as he gets older, the police are called by his mother because he's having a psychiatric crisis. And every one of those instances cited in the government's memorandum, and they were documented in the records that were introduced at trial, demonstrate that Mr. Lopes was taken from his home and hospitalized involuntarily based on his psychiatric condition. That type of conduct, Judge, I respectfully suggest, is not the appropriate type of conduct to be considered and to justify the imposition of a consecutive sentencing scheme. And while the government argued here today, just now, that there is no evidence of rehabilitation, that is not what the records show. We presented to the jury, but we also cite in our memorandum all of what we could find, at least, that was directly on point of clinicians and other people at these various institutions talking about how he participated in programs, how he took his medication. Garrett Hunt talked about what a wonderful friend he was because he listened. Garrett Hunt talked about how he never saw him do anything violent. He did see him be verbally abusive, but not violent. That's the whole of man for purposes of sentencing. That is what Addis is talking about. They're not talking about Mr. Lopes, they're talking about 20-year-olds and brain development. And yet, the expert affidavits and reports submitted by Dr. Bryan of Yale and Dr. Baranowski of Yale, Dr. D. Cataldo, Leonski, Flood, as I said earlier, they all conclude in different ways the same thing. His life, his brain functioning, his brain development was affected by all of the context of his life. And that is what we're here for sentencing. Justice Gant talked about, and I already cited to it, that it's remorse. It's accepting the consequences and responsibility for your behavior. And those are in the best sentencing practices promulgated by the Supreme Judicial Court. Dr. Baranowski made a conclusion based on her decades of experience that he was, and he demonstrated, Mr. Lopes, demonstrated his maturity, his growing maturity, his ability to rehabilitate. And she noted specifically what he said about his remorse. And she included that in her report. And based on her decades of experience as a forensic psychologist and her experience at Yale, she said to her it was genuine. And to her, it was consistent with other statements he had made. And there was no evidence that she saw, for that matter, any of these experts saw, that he had animosity toward the police. And he certainly didn't have any animosity toward the police on this day. That is why we asked for a concurrent sentencing scheme, Judge. Dr. Baranowski said, based on her recent interview with Mr. Lopes, she believes that he does demonstrate the symptoms, the diagnostic features, I should say, of borderline personality disorder. But she goes on to say, that doesn't mean that he's incorrigible. I'm paraphrasing. That doesn't mean that he can't be rehabilitated. In fact, she cites to all the things she reviewed in the records that say just the opposite, and that is her conclusion. Dr. Baranowski, as Dr. DiCataldo, as was testimony of Dr. Flood, reject the diagnosis of antisocial personality disorder. And we can all agree on one thing. Based on the evidence that was used at trial here, good and experienced clinicians would disagree. But the point for today that we are trying to make on behalf of Mr. Lopes is that in the almost 6 years now that he has been held, he has taken his medication, participated in programs, and as Dr. Baranowski said, does not demonstrate, does not show the symptoms of major mental illness at this time, even though she acknowledges that the records clearly indicate that he was experiencing high levels of psychiatric symptoms and psychosis in his life leading up to this. And there have been a battery of psychological tests completed on Mr. Lopes, both for this case and for sentencing. The psychological examination conducted by Dr. Baranowski. What's important, at least what we believe is important, for purposes of sentencing, is that each and every one of those experts, Dr. Massey for the Commonwealth, who conducted the psychological testing, Dr. DiCataldo for the defense, Dr. Baranowski, who conducted further psychological testing, agreed. No antisocial personality symptoms or diagnostic features. 2, he is capable of rehabilitation. 3, he has complied with medication, and that's compliance while he's been incarcerated has probably resulted in the diminution of his diagnostic features that led to those diagnoses of major mental illness, because he does comply with medication. The government, and I won't go into great detail, but the government talks about his behavior as indicative of how he lived as incorrigible. And yet, the Supreme Court said in Miller versus Alabama, and Mattis says in Mattis, the science does not support the belief that a juvenile or now someone 18 to 20 characterized as an emerging adult are incorrigible. That is a dated belief. It doesn't hold up to science. And all of our experts say that. And all of the testimony, including Dr. Massey, said he's normal when it comes to psychopathy. He's not a psychopath. All the testimony indicated that he had high levels of psychosis. All of the testimony indicated that he was neither malingering or fabricating his symptoms. What does that tell us for purposes of sentencing? Regardless of the specific diagnosis at the time, this man, when he tries to describe the psychiatric symptoms that were occurring back then, he wasn't lying about them. He wasn't making them up. And so now we have this context of what occurred in this case. And why is that important? Because we're here for sentencing. And because we're asking for a concurrent sentencing scheme that complies with the breadth and the reasoning of Mattis and Miller versus Alabama and Graham and Roper and all those Supreme Court cases that came before Mattis, but were relied on in Mattis to reach its conclusion about whether it's cruel and unusual. And it's a meaningful opportunity for parole, not just the opportunity for parole. Today, Mr. Lopes sits here before you, surrounded by two attorneys, Attorney Christine Feeney and myself. He has no family in the audience. It's not because his family is abandoned. It's because of all the reasons that the experts who submitted reports and affidavits and that testimony that we heard during trial. That's why they're not. His mother submitted a letter. His mother talked about her own mental illness. His mother tried to come to the trial and had to leave in tears and get her medication increased because she could not handle what was going on. His biological father left at 5 and he's diagnosed with major mental illness. He's not here. We don't exactly know who he is. His stepfather, so-called stepfather, isn't here. But of course, he left the family when he was 12 and 13 after abusing him and serving time in state prison. You know, that is exactly what Dr. Flood talks about in her affidavit. It's what Dr. DiCatalo talks about in portions of his affidavit. It's what Dr. Bryant talks about when we talk about these ACE. This man, now a man, 26, but not functioning like a 26-year-old, according to Dr. Bryant, Dr. Bernowski, and Dr. DiCatalo, at least his brain. But this man was raised in an environment that further inhibited his brain development. And that is not an excuse, it is a reason, and it is a reason that's relied upon by the SJC and Mattis. He had said, "I'm sorry." He said he thinks about this all the time. Officer Marini took the stand today. He said one thing that I think we can all agree on. Officer Marini knew Emmanuel Lopes from the community, and we heard testimony about that. But what did Officer Marini tell us today? Straightforward, with honesty. I couldn't imagine him doing anything wrong. I couldn't imagine. Nobody. And it's because of the science. It's because of this constellation of all the things that Mattis talked about, and all the things that we write about in our memo, and all the reports that we submitted. They aren't excuses, they're reasons. Having said all, and taken far too long. We're asking, respectfully, Judge, that in this case, based on the individual characteristics that are required to be considered, and based on, even though it appeared to be a flawed defense, maybe entirely the fault of the defense counsel, that his mental illness be considered, that his mental illness leading up to this event be considered in the context of sentencing, and that this court impose a sentence of 25 years on the indictment involving Sergeant Chestnut, and 15-year parole eligibility on the indictment for Vera Adams concurrent. And then, as I won't go through them, but we laid it out specifically at the beginning of our memorandum, proposed sentences, all of which concurrent with indictment. We do that respectfully. We do not do that to degrade or take away from the personal and honest beliefs and feelings of the family and of the victims. We do that based on what Mattis tells us. We do that based on the law. We do that based on our examination of the proportionality of sentences. And finally, what the justices tell us in Mattis. There is no bright line here. The government can talk about he was only a few months away from being 21, insinuating that, boy, if this had happened just a few months later, we wouldn't be here talking about Mattis. But Mattis says there is no such bright line, and we know that the science continues to evolve, and we cited some research articles that say that brain development in a young person doesn't even come to fruition until 25 or 26. And so someday it might very well be that science tells us that you just can't send people to prison for life without the possibility of parole and a meaningful opportunity for parole when there is scientific evidence that your brain has not been fully developed. We say that for purposes of sentencing. Do not say that in any way to impeach, be honest, and difficult. So,
Thank you very much. So just to be clear, what I've considered the DA's memo with the attached police reports, jail records, Bridgewater records, and social media posts. I've considered the defendant's memorandum and appendix. I've considered the psychological reports of Dr. Baranowski, Dr. Bryant, and the affidavits of Dr. DiCataldo, Dr. Kleonsky, and Dr. Flood. I've read all of the victim impact statements and listened to the very powerful statements made here in court, but I do want to acknowledge that I also read the victim impact statement from Chief Fuller and retired Chief Grimes that was presented to me this morning. I've read the letter from Carrie Neal, the defendant's mother, that will be now attached to the defendant's sentencing memorandum and impounded.
Excuse me?
I don't want to interrupt the court.
Okay, go ahead.
We had made reference in our footnote that Mr. Lopes would like to make a statement to the court.
Okay, I'll let Mr. Lopes make a statement right now. I had forgotten that. Thank you.
I just want to say I'm sorry to Sergeant Michael Ches's family. I'm sorry to the Weymouth Police Department. I'm sorry to Vera Adams' family. I'm so sorry. This should have never happened.
Okay, thank you. All right, I also have reread Miller versus Alabama. I've read Dianchenko and Sepulvedas again, and I spent a lot of time rereading Mattis this week. I'm aware that Mr. Lopes does not have any criminal record. I'm aware that he suffers from serious mental illness and that at least as of June, according to the reports of Dr. Bryant and Dr. Baranowski, he's currently taking serious antipsychotic and antidepressants. I'm also aware that Mr. Lopes, through the records and the recent records as well that I've read, has expressed genuine remorse and that he doesn't minimize his responsibilities. I've considered all of this through the lens of the case law. And after considering all of the factors, I do believe that consecutive sentences are warranted here. For the first-degree murder of Sergeant Chestnut 001, a life sentence with a 30-year parole eligibility. For the second-degree murder of Vera Adams 002, it will be life in state's prison with parole eligibility at 10 years, and that's to be on and after the first. Mr. Clerk, I've written down what the other sentences will be, and I want the record to be clear that at least, in my opinion, the sentences that I did impose do allow for a meaningful opportunity for parole. Mr. Lopes will be 60 years old, not 75, at the time he sees the parole board. So the other sentences there start with 003, Joe.
Mr. Lopes, the jury having returned a verdict of guilty of murder in the first degree on 001, the court imposed a sentence of life with a minimum term of 30 years. The defendant is parole eligible because the defendant is an emerging adult at the time the defendant committed the first degree murder. You receive credit for time served awaiting disposition. The victim witness fee is imposed. As to 002, the jury having returned a verdict of guilty of the murder in the second degree, the court imposed a sentence of life with a possibility of parole after 10 years. That sentence is run consecutive to 001. As to 003 and 4, the jury having returned a verdict of guilty, the court sentences 9 to 10 concurrent with 001. As to 005, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, and 11, the jury having returned verdicts of guilty, the court sentences the following: 5, 6, and 7, 3 to 5, concurrent with 001, 8, 9, 10, and 11, 2 years in the House of Correction, concurrent with 001, all 005 through 011 deemed served.
Okay.
Thank you.
All right, thank you all.
It's Judge Bev, so she's got to complicate it, hasn't she? She has to complicate that. So I'm a little bit confused. So 30 years, and then did he get 20 years? So technically 50 years. Robin says 40 years. Did I misunderstand it? I don't know. Because it's consecutive. So this is the difference between Nicolae Miu. Nicolae Miu was running concurrently. This one is consecutive. So, because she said he can get parole when he's 60 years old. But then she imposed a 30-year sentence before parole and a 20-year sentence before parole. That's 50 years. So if I do work it out, that's minus 7.5. He's already been in for 6 years. That's 46. So I don't know. He can be paroled after 40. Let's listen to the clerk again then. I'll listen to the clerk again.
Parole, Mr. Lopes will be 60 years. It will be life instead of years. I've considered all of this through the lens of the case law. And after considering all of the factors, I do believe that consecutive sentences are warranted here.
Right.
For the first-degree murder of Sergeant Chestnut 001, a life sentence with a 30-year parole eligibility.
30 years.
For the second-degree murder of Vera Adams 002, it will be life in state's prison with parole eligibility at 10 years. And that's
10.
to be on and after.
Fine. Fine. I thought it was 20.
Written down what the other sentences will be. And I want the record to be clear that at least, in my opinion, the sentences that I did.
The defendant is parole eligible because defendant is an emerging adult at the time the defendant committed the first-degree murder. You receive credit for time served awaiting disposition. The victim witness fee is imposed. Murder.
Listen to the clerk as well. Hang on. Oh, fuck the clerk. Who cares? I'll pause that. Right. Hang on then. Let's do some maths. Let's do some maths. So 40 years, right? So 40 years. He's already served 6 years. So that's 34 years. And if I don't know. Yeah, so it's 20 plus 10, yeah. Sorry, 30 plus 10. But then good behavior, which probably plays a part. He has, if good behavior is 85%, and I don't know if it is 85%, which is a normal, he's got 29 years left in jail. 29 years he's got left. Yeah, I know, I get it, Robbie. Yeah, I thought it was 30 plus 20, but it's 30 plus 10. Yeah, I got you. It's more, he's already done 6, and then if he's got the 85% factor as well. So yeah, he's eligible for parole for at 60 rather than 75. What's wrong with your brother, Crystal? What's wrong with your brother?
Opportunity for parole. Mr. Lopes will be 60 years old, not 75.
Yeah, so there you go. 60-year-olds and not 75. Just listen to it again, just in case you guys don't know. So 60.
And I want the record to be clear that at least, in my opinion, the sentences that I did impose do allow for a meaningful opportunity for parole. Mr. Lopes will be 60 years old, not 75, at the time he sees the parole.
There you go. So I don't know if the good behavior comes into it or not. Oh, Crystal, what? Your stage 4 colon cancer. Oh, I'm so sorry to hear that, Crystal. So sorry to hear that. Thoughts and prayers with you, my darling, and with him, obviously. I hope. Wow. That's, yeah, fucking cancer, man. That's awful. I'm so sorry. Thoughts with you and your family, Crystal. That's a hell of a thing. Oh. Well, hopefully, he's going to go into treatment straight away now. So hopefully, yeah, keep us updated. Thoughts with you all. Fuck, Today's been sad that, yeah, I agree. You fell asleep last night, yeah. Well, that's bad news to end there as well. It's been a crap thing. But my plan is to stream another trial. Let me just hang on. This should be a 2 or 3 day trial. It's not like probably 2 day trial. This is not a long trial at all. When I close this down, you should automatically get a link to go bang. Yeah, he only got 10 years. Unbelievable. When I close this down, you'll see a thing at the top to say redirect. So if you do want to come over, redirect, or if not, if you can't redirect, it's here. Yeah, it's 40 years minus 6 because he's already served 6, and then it depends on the 85% rule. If that's in effect, then he's got another 29 years to go. So I'm not sure how old he is right now. Don't know how old he is. But yeah, he can get a parole when he's 60 rather than 65. 75. Anyway, that's a link to the next stream as well, right, people? And let's knock it over to the other one then. So hopefully see some of you over on that one. And if you don't come over, that's fine. But thank you for being here all day today. Let's get into a manslaughter trial and see. As I say, it's going to be a short trial. It's not a week long or anything. It's only like 2 days, I think. So with that, everybody, I'll play the outro and I'll see you over there. Oh, well, he's 621 now. So it would have been 15 then. 21. Yeah, that makes sense then. Maybe that. We'll see. We're going on to next trial, Crystal. I want to do a fresh that. I'm doing another trial. That's the link to it if you've not been redirected. Just press that link that I've just done. And I'm starting a new trial right now. Literally right now. So I'll see you over there, guys. Let me play the outro. You should get redirected. If not, press that link or search me. With that, everyone, see you in a bit.